The sound system never works properly. I'd like to introduce the new Vice Dean of Chelmsford Cathedral, the Reverend Joseph Fernandez, who's going to say prayers for us this morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Council, as we meet in this season known to Christians as Advent, a time of waiting and hopeful expectation, offer these words of prayer in a spirit of respect for the different traditions and beliefs present. God of wisdom and peace, as we meet in this season of waiting and reflection, we place before you the work entrusted to this council and the people we are here to serve. We give thanks for the County of Essex, for its towns and villages, its communities and its diversity, and for all who work for the common good. Grant us clarity of thought and generosity of spirit. Help us to listen well, to speak thoughtfully, and to serve one another with courtesy and respect. Where decisions are complex and perspectives varied, guide us towards patience, understanding, and wise judgment, keeping always before us the well-being of the whole community. Bless the chairman, the members of this council, and all officers and staff who support its work. Sustain them with steadiness and integrity. Give discernment when choices are difficult, and care in the use of authority and public resources. We remember the people of Essex, those whose voices are easily heard, and those who may feel overlooked or uncertain. Support families and communities under pressure, strengthen all work in care, education, public services, and encourage efforts that build trust, cooperation, and hope. As this season looks towards light and promise in darker days, may the decisions taken here contribute to stability, fairness, and compassion, and help shape a future of peace and well-being for this county and for generations to come. We entrust this meeting and all that follows to your care, trusting in wisdom greater than our own and in the possibility of hope renewed. Amen.
Thank you, members. Please be seated. Good morning again, members, and thank you for your attendance today at our council meeting. We've two meetings today. The first is to appoint an honorary alderman of the council. And as usual, both meetings will be live streamed to the ECC Democracy YouTube channel. We aren't expecting any fire alarm tests today, but if the fire alarm sounds, everyone must leave the chamber by the nearest door and the fire exit, go down the stairs to the foyer and into Duke Street. Please then assemble in the grounds of the cathedral. A few reminders about procedure and etiquette in our meeting. As per the Constitution, when any member is speaking, all other members must remain silent. We're all here with the best interests of the people of Essex, despite any differences we may have. I expect you to show courtesy and respect to me and everyone present here today. Please keep your microphone switched off unless you wish to speak, and take care not to accidentally press the microphone button. Please try to keep any phones or devices connected to the mobile phone network away from the microphones to reduce the risk of interference. And that includes if you're reading a speech from your phone or a laptop. I've also been informed that some members have difficulties hearing the meeting. Please can you contact Joanna after the meeting if this applies to you. Please can I ask you not to talk or whisper when others are speaking. This is very distracting and disrespectful to your colleagues and makes it harder for some members to hear. Please can I ask everyone to remain engaged in the meeting and refrain from responding to emails and messages whilst it is taking place. I'd like to remind members that we have time limits for speeches in debates. Please stick to them. I will ask members who overrun to stop speaking. This helps me to give every member a fair opportunity to speak. The Constitution allows for members to choose whether they stand or sit when they speak. It's your personal choice. We have a list of members who have indicated in advance that they wish to speak today. I intend to call everyone on that list. If during an item you decide you wish to contribute and you have not previously indicated, please wait for us to acknowledge your intention before lowering your hand. That way we can ensure that we don't miss anyone. For members joining remotely, please can I remind you to remain muted unless I call you to speak. If you do wish to speak, please make your intention clear to officers. Members joining remotely can speak but cannot vote. A final reminder, please don't eat in the chamber and please only drink water. I hope that you all had some breakfast this morning before the meeting. I got mine at the last minute, I have to say. But if you do need to eat during the meeting, please leave the chamber, and please can everyone take all the papers or rubbish with you at the end of the meeting. Clearing up is a major task otherwise. First item we've got is apologies for absence. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been notified of the following apologies for the meeting today. Councillor Harris, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Hardware, Councillor Deakin, Councillor Crowe, Councillor Playle, Councillor Foley, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Kane, Councillor Lumley, and finally, Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. Are there any members' interest that members need to declare now? You'll get another chance in a moment at the start of the second meeting. Councillor Corrie.
Sorry, it is for the second meeting, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I've got you on the list for that. As always, if members realise they do need to declare an interest later on, they should indicate that they need to do so. So we move now to item 3, appointment of an honorary alderman. Members, I now refer you to the first agenda this morning. This is for the extraordinary meeting, which is just one item of business on page 3 of your agenda. This is to consider a recommendation for the appointment of honorary alderman. Members will note that one former member who's recommended for this appointment today is the former county councillor and chairman of the council, Mr. Eddie Johnson. Eddie meets all of our criteria for appointment as an honorary alderman because he served as chairman of the council. Eddie was first elected councillor to Essex County Council in 2005, and during his time as cabinet member, he involved in many committees. Eddie served as vice chairman for 3 years before becoming chairman in 2021 for a period of 2 years. Councillor Bentley, do you so move the recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, I'm delighted and happy to move that recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Bentley. Councillor Jowers, do you second the recommendation? Please, again, save your speech for the next meeting.
Happy to do so, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Members, we have a recommendation moved and seconded, and so I now take the vote. All those for? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you, members. That's passed. So I now close the extraordinary meeting at 10:15, and we move on to the second meeting now. First of all, apologies. I won't ask the Chief Executive to repeat those because the same names apply. Councillor Corrie, I believe you have a declaration of interest to make.
Yes, declare a pecuniary interest on the care motion due to employment and chair of the North East Essex Health Alliance.
Thank you. And I should say again, if any members do realise that they have a conflict later on, they should indicate as appropriate. So now we come to the minutes of the meeting held on the 14th of October. Members, are the minutes agreed? Thank you. Item 4 is public speakers. I've received a notification of one public question. When I call you, please present the microphone and ask your question. You have three minutes. Good morning, Sir Bob Russell. As a resident of Colchester, I believe you're asking a question on the subject of postponement of local elections. You are an experienced speaker. I know that very well. So I would remind you that you do have 3 minutes, and with a lengthy preamble, I'll ask you to try and contain it to the 3 minutes. But welcome, and please ask your question.
Thank you, Chairman, for your kind words. My question is on the audit paper. It was submitted before the government's latest attack on local government democracy. A report in the Daily Mail on Saturday, 18th of October, said that elections to county councils, including Essex County Council, could be delayed for a second year. The report said, and I quote, "County council polls in Surrey, Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex, East and West Sussex and Hampshire were postponed in May as ministers prepared to create new authorities. Now it has emerged that some council leaders are lobbying hard the elections to be pushed back again from next year to 2027. As I told this gathering before, none of you have history been here other than County Councillor David Loxton, who was elected in a by-election in May this year. For the rest of you, your mandate for 2021 expired in May this year. This year's postponed or cancelled elections to deprive the people of Essex their democratic right to elect those they wish to represent. People who support democracy do not support cancelling elections. I believe the real reason why Essex County Council voted to encourage the government not to hold the election in May this year because the majority of councillors felt, or for it, as Margaret Thatcher would say, they would be defeated. We only have to look across the Thames to see what happened in our neighbouring county of Kent, where the majority party was swept from power, losing heavily to Reform UK. I doubt anyone in this chamber today thinks it would be different in Essex. Most of you would have lost your seats. You do not need me to tell you that you have no democratic legitimacy to be here. In your hearts, you know that. The people of Essex are being cheated. I asked the person holding the title of leader of Essex County Council, are you one of the leaders calling elections postponed from May this year to May next year to be postponed for a further year? It is a very simple question. It can be answered in one word, either yes or no. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Bob. Thank you for the question. Councillor Bentley, I believe you wish to respond.
I do indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the question, Sir Bob. I mean, the easy answer is no. And I'm on public record, both in national newspapers, I think certainly local media, and certainly in the trade press for local government, that I have not, will not ask for elections to be delayed, postponed, whatever you want to call it, cancelled. Democracy is very important. I think I agree with you. We only have to look across the Thames to Kent and see what's happened there. The electorate must decide whether they want that to happen in Essex, would be my view. But what is important, I think, is, and the questions we're never really asked about this, is about the future of local government, which is what this is about. This isn't about politicians or council, even dare I say officers as well. It's about the public. The two-tier local government system no longer functions efficiently for the people who pay their council tax. It works, of course it works, but it's not efficient enough. And therefore, to continue the delivery of social services, adult social services and children's social services, we will be debating that a bit later on as well today, but also in highways, education, planning, housing, there must be a better simplified form of doing that. And that is the medium and long-term goal of local government reorganisation, why I, and I believe the majority of people in this chamber, have backed that, because it's hugely important. This is always about people and making sure those with the greatest need get the services that they have. My fear has always been, if we carry on with the system we have, they won't have that. And we've seen a number of councils go to 114, section 114. That's effectively a bankruptcy notice, and more would likely to follow until we improve the system. So that's why I think it's hugely important that we have local government reorganisation. Whatever happens with elections, the government will decide. But no, we have not asked for them from here, and nor shall we.
Thank you. So that takes us on to item 5, honorary alderman. I'm very pleased to see the familiar face in the chamber today of Eddie Johnson. Our former member was appointed today at the extraordinary meeting as an honorary alderman in recognition of his service. Really good to see you back here today, Eddie. Councillor Bentley, I understand you wish to speak.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much indeed. I do. What a great day this is. Conferring aldermanships isn't just a title, it's a recognition of service. And former Councillor Johnson, succeeded by his son, Andrew Johnson, in the same seat, I'm delighted to say, gave many years of service to this authority, and thank you. I remember Eddie in many guises when I first joined here in 2009. So the session after Eddie was first elected. He was a very welcoming figure, very caring figure, passionate about Harlow and passionate about Essex as well. And wherever he went, he talked about both places with great fondness and also with great ambition. His time as that cabinet member for highways, I speak with some authority, very few of us do on this, having done that job. It is the most difficult job in the world. He succeeded the very great and late Rodney Bass in that area, and was a great friend and colleague of Rodney's as well. Not an easy act to follow, but he did that superbly well and kept our roads in good condition, despite all the challenges we face and still face with financing. Made sure the roads were protected and looked after. And he was a great councillor in that role. The one thing you have to be as a cabinet member of highways is, first of all, have a very thick skin, and secondly, have a great listening mode as well, because you have to listen to people and you have to make judgments, and you can't always give the right answer to people, but how you give that answer is hugely important. And Eddie, you were very good at that as well. And also when he came to be our chairman of this authority, great honour for Harlow when that happened, great honour for Eddie, great honour for us as well, because again, he led the county with great esteem, and he always spoke with great affection and promoted Essex wherever he went. And he said, like all chairmen have said, and you have said, Mr. Chairman, and Councillor Jowers and others who've been chairman, you suddenly realise more than you ever do as a county councillor the great work that is undertaken in this county by so many people from every walk of life who just get on and do things for other people and care. And you really understand that more than any time when you become the chairman. And Eddie never failed to talk about that. And he did that again with great affection. I can still visualise him sitting where you're sitting, Mr. Chairman, and conducting these meetings with great honour and great skill as well. So I'm delighted this is happening, that we are celebrating the work of former Councillor Eddie Johnson as one of our aldermen to enter into those ranks. And what does that mean? It means as we do the reorganisation and this council stops existing, the aldermen will carry on those traditions. And as long as there are aldermen of Essex County Council in the future, this place will always be remembered for the great work it's done through those great people. I'm delighted to propose this, and delighted that Eddie and his wife, by the way, are here today to receive this honour.
Thank you, Councillor Bentley. Councillor Jowers, you work closely with Eddie. I wonder, do you wish to speak?
I do indeed, Chairman, and it's so pleased to see Eddie here. Steady Eddie. He was a Harlow boy, but if he'd lived on Mersey, we would have said he's a good old boy. Bit of a rumman, but sound. And effectively, the people we represent, we don't often think about how we're seen by them. Eddie was seen as being reliable, wisdom, common sense, a listener, And he didn't waffle. He didn't try and please everyone. It was exactly what you want as a councillor. Put yourselves outside this chamber and you want someone who's steady. And he served with me 3 years as vice chairman during COVID. And I knew that Eddie would always have my back. He was reliable. He also had a very dry wit. I don't know whether that's a Harlow speciality, but by goodness me, there was a swift barb when it was required. And Kevin mentioned his lovely wife, and Eddie had to cope with serious illness in his family whilst he was doing those jobs. He was human. Sometimes we forget that there are personalities behind all of us. He's really deserved this, and I think, again, Harlow should be proud of it, and so should we. As we come to the end of 132 years of county council, he represents the best of us. So good to see you here, both of you, but also heartily endorse the fact that Eddie becomes an alderman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Giles. Councillor McIver, I believe you wish to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to echo the comments of my colleagues here and also add a personal touch, if I may. When I was newly elected to this place, was very fortunate to have Eddie as somebody sitting in the chair to take advice from. And an old school friend told me that he had been doing some work at a councillor's house. He said, to quote, "He's a proper nice bloke and he's a councillor. He knew who you were." I said, "Oh, was his name Carlo?" He said, "No, no." I said, "Oh, it must have been Eddie." And I think that sums up probably what any of your residents must say about you, that you're a proper nice bloke. And I think that's something I share. But on a personal note, I was very fortunate to have the honour and privilege of representing this council at a Buckingham Palace garden party. And it was Councillor Johnson that provided me and my mother that incredible opportunity. And as a child of a single parent, we'd often go to London and we'd be on a London bus, and myself and my mum would fight to be on the front seat at the top of the bus. And as we'd go past Buckingham Palace, we used to joke that one day we might be invited to go in there. And Eddie, I have to say, it is the greatest memory of my life being able to walk my mother through those gates and to meet not one but 3 princesses, although my sisters would say that I do that every morning. But more to the point, Eddie, that was a life experience that I will never forget, and I'll be truly, truly grateful for. And I wish you and your wonderful wife, who I know is a fan of Frisia's, a very, very happy onward life in public life, because as an alderman, you are indeed the most important people to this county, because you share the wisdom and expertise that many new members seek, and they seek with confidence in characters like you, Eddie. So thank you on a personal note from me and my family for the support you've given me in the past. And I wish you nothing but health and happiness in your new chapter as an alderman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor McIver. Thank you, members. I'll now come down to the floor, and Mr. Johnson, could I ask you to join me in the centre of the chamber?
Can I just say thank you for the kind words? I wasn't expecting that, I've got to be honest, but I'm surprised Councillor McGowan didn't have a few words to say.
In which case, thank you to Eddie and Carol for joining us today. I hope you're able to stay for the meeting. I think you may already have left. I don't blame you. You probably had enough of all this over the years, but hopefully we'll catch up later on. Moving on then to rather more sober part of the meeting. I'm sorry to report that former County Councillor and Honorary Alderman Ken Jones has died. Ken was first elected to Essex County Council in May 1993 and remained as a county councillor until 2005. He was a member for the Park Division in Colchester. Ken served on most committees and was the leader of the Liberal Democrat group for a number of years. Our thoughts are with his family and friends. Councillor Corey, I believe you wish to speak.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I knew Ken through Colchester, not through this authority, as he was just leaving, as I was starting out. And he was an excellent figure to look up to and to learn from. Ken was both active on Essex and Colchester and always delivered with guiding principles of fairness, care and integrity. He led with conviction and with principle over party politics, and with a philosophy that was led by a combination of his faith in humanity, his faith in Christianity, and his faith in liberalism. When he spoke, it was really hard for any person or any party to disagree. Some of us last saw him speak at Colchester's civic service for the Mayor of Colchester in Roe Hedge. Roe Hedge and East Donyland were part of his district ward and the division in the parish that he served on. At this event, he spoke without notes, and he gave a really incisive sermon to us all about religion, but about the warmth that he has for humanity, but his cautious views about the future, but always rooted in his belief that together we work best, and his belief in humanity, again, that we will push through. And that summed up Ken as a person and as a councillor. So he will be missed in this chamber and in Colchester. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Corey. Councillor Bentley, did you wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I'd associate myself entirely with those words. I first came across Ken actually when he was my borough councillor when I lived in the Castle ward of Colchester many years ago, and he was first elected. We got to know each other quite well then, and that friendship, I would say friendship, continued for a long while. We were of, I suppose you could argue, opposing political parties, because that's what we have to do. We nail our colours to a mast, but actually Ken always put people first and spoke with passion and conviction. We sat on the former Colchester Town Partnership many years ago, and of course latterly he was a member of Roe Hedge Parish Council and a resident of Roe Hedge, which falls within my division. And Ken actually came in and helped the Parish Council enormously by chairing the Parish Council in those days and helped it through a period of time there. He always, I said, was very thoughtful in what he said. He never just spoke. And he rarely, that I'm trying very hard to remember, made huge point-scoring political speeches. I don't think he ever did. And you didn't have to agree with him, and he didn't have to agree with you. We just would find a common way of having a conversation politely, which I think is what we do in this chamber compared to other places. And he could debate and debate well, but he would always listen. He will be sadly missed. I was very sorry to hear about his passing. Ken was one of those politicians, I think, that are rare, that really do think about the people that they serve. I know we do. I know we all said we do that, but actually he really did, and would go the extra mile. And as the county councillor for that area, he was a great help to me, and I was able to help him or residents through him as well, and a great servant to the residents both in Roe Hedge and of Colchester and of Castle Ward as well. We mourn his passing, and I'm very sorry to hear this news.
Thank you, Councillor Bentley. I'd also like to pay tribute to the former BBC Radio Essex presenter and Deputy Lieutenant for Essex, Dave Monk, who died of pancreatic cancer last week. Many of us will have been interviewed by him and heard him on the radio during his 37 years of broadcasting. And I do remember being grilled quite Reasonably, actually, I would also say, because I remember going to the studio one day with a group of parents of special needs children who were definitely out to get me. And halfway through the speech, he turned and said to them, I don't know why you're doing this. You're pushing an open door. Leave him alone. So I think he was fair, if nothing else. But I remember him with fond regards. I spent a day with him and his wife and his little dog at Stowe Murray Air Show a couple of years ago, and he was very much a gentleman. And I'd like us to remember that. So, members, can I ask everyone to stand for a minute's silence in remembrance of two Essex people? Thank you, members. Moving on, can I please remind the small number of members who haven't watched or attended the cyber training session that it is very important that all councillors are expected to either attend a session or watch the recording before the end of this year. If you watch the recording, please email Sophie Crane or Joanna Bowler to let them know. Cyber security is of critical importance, and we need your support to keep our residents' data and our systems safe. You will have seen that there were recently attacks on local authorities in London. Please watch this recording as soon as possible and let the democratic services know that you have done so. Awards. I'm pleased to end this part of the agenda on a positive Essex County Council, on a positive note. Essex County Council officers have once again had success at the Social Worker of the Year Awards, and I believe Councillor Spence wishes to provide more details.
Well, Mr. Chairman, good morning. And just before I do that, could I, through you, pass congratulations to Councillor Robinson following his marriage last week, which explains his absence today. Mr. Chairman, the National Social Care Awards took place recently. Just to keep this in perspective, these are awards where over 150 councils are making nominations. To get even one highly commended is an achievement in itself. But on this occasion, we have achieved 4 silver awards across categories of social care. The Adult Social Care Worker of the Year award went to Jane Lee. The Adult Social Care Team of the Year award went to our mental health accommodation team, Ivo Heidemans, Fran Bailey, and Georgie Dredge. The Practice Management and Leadership Award for Adults went to Helen McIsaac, and the Practice Management and Leadership Award for Children's Services to Antonia Ugandisi. On top of that, Chairman, the Lawrence Walker Award, an exceptional award to that person having most impact on the communities of North East Essex or North Essex, went to our sexual health education and outreach worker who works through us and Provide, and that was, if you'll forgive me, Chairman, Hannah Gisa Tulin. Yeah, got that. Mr. Chairman, we can all boast about our social care services, but as we all know, the social care services are only as good as when the rubber hits the road. The people who are actually doing the work day in, day out, with their commitment, their expertise, their care. I'm delighted that most of those award winners join us in the public gallery today, and to them and to all people who work in social care in all aspects of its work in Essex County Council, I offer huge thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Spence, and congratulations to those award winners. Very great service. Thank you. I'd also like to welcome Claire Taylor, our new Executive Director for Corporate Services, as today this is her first council meeting. So, welcome. Now we move to petitions. I've been notified of one petition in advance. Councillor Wiles, I believe you have a petition to present today. The petition is relating to Hartwood Road improvements in Worley and Brentwood. Do you wish to present the petition? Thank you.
Presenting on today, the petition on behalf of the residents of Hartwood Road and surrounding area.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Have you finished, Councillor?
Residents are concerned about the speed of traffic between Brentwood County Line and the wooded areas towards Devil Head Crossing. Many of the content team and I'm working very closely with my colleague, Councillor Louise McKinley. Louise met with the residents on my behalf as I was unable to attend. I'd like to thank you for doing this. Thank you. Hartwood is a very busy road used daily by children walking to Brentwood County Hall School and by visitor King George's playing fields. It's a high football area with frequent crossing movements. Recent repainting of crossing near the high school and last week's work to refresh the crossing by the play field. I understand that the repairs to the bad signs are underway with prep work completed last week. These are all positive steps, but more needs to be done. I'm working with Councillor McKinley to explore further movements on the crossing, such as installing reflectors and using additional signage to the driver exit awareness of pedestrians. In presenting the petition, I would like to Cabinet for Highways instructors to recognise the strength of local concern and agree to work with us to identify additional improvements. I would also ask that we request the police force be measured as this remains within their remit. Therefore, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham, I believe you wish to respond.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you very much to Councillor Wiles for bringing this petition on behalf of the residents of Hartswood Road. I'm very pleased to confirm that the pedestrian crossing road markings along Hartswood Road have recently been refreshed, and the vehicle activated sign at the junction with St John's Avenue is on the members' priority list for repair or replacement at the earliest opportunity. While there have been two serious accidents in recent years, one involving a stolen vehicle which tragically resulted in the death of a young pedestrian, another more recent collision which remains under police investigation, these incidents taken in isolation do not indicate issues that could have been addressed through engineering measures. Historically, Hartswood Road has been the subject of a number of local highways panel requests. Previous requests for traffic calming were reviewed, but speed surveys demonstrated good compliance. Work is ongoing to access the feasibility of traffic signals at the Devil's Head crossroads. This scheme is complex, involving environmental constraints and land acquisition issues, and therefore will not provide a quick solution. Should signals progress, a reduction to 40 miles per hour through the forested section would likely to be proposed. I'm very happy to continue dialogue with Councillor Wiles and the residents of Hartswood Road to explore further opportunities for improvements, and I thank him once again for bringing the petition to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham, and thank you also to Councillor Wiles for presenting the petition. Please hold on to it and it will be collected from you. Thank you. Executive statements. As members will note, I've received a request for an urgent executive statement to be made. I understand that the leader wishes to speak on the delay to mayoral elections. I've accepted this urgent business and decided that this is the most appropriate place for this item. Councillor Bentley, you have a maximum of 10 minutes to speak. I've asked for the timer to be used for this so that you can see how long you have left. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't intend taking 10 minutes. And thank you for taking this matter. I wasn't going to make an executive statement today, and I have written to members about the announcement last week. I just thought it was important on public record, since we had a full council, that I should just say what was in that and what we know. That last week, the government announced that it was minded to postpone the mayoral elections until 2028. Not cancelled, but postponed until 2028. And just to emphasise that by doing that, and I think, personally, I think that's a shame, because we could have gone ahead and done it. The government will have its own reasons why it wanted to do it, but it's a shame. And I think all parties had candidates in place, and I think they were campaigning ready to go. But nonetheless, that has been made. But also to say that everything else is on track, and the ministers have assured us, and certainly I took a call late in the afternoon or early evening from the minister the day before the announcement was made in the House of Commons, as did other colleagues around the country as well, to explain what was happening. So I thank the Minister for that courtesy to explain that, rather than just having to learn it from the floor of the House of Commons. But everything else is on track. So the local government reorganisation still goes through. The 4 proposals from Essex are out for consultation. That lasts until, I believe it's the 11th of January. And then shortly after that, we will have information back from the government of which model or none that they prefer and what they want to do in Essex, and we will get to work with that. And also that the combined authority, the mayoral combined authority, is still on course to take place. So in order for that to happen, a statutory instrument needs to be laid before Parliament. That will take place, I believe, at this stage. I say I believe because I've yet to have confirmation, but I believe that will take place early in the new year for the mayoral combined authority to be set up around March, April time. I will confirm this once I know more. I'm telling you what I know at this stage. March or April next year. That combined authority will then form, and currently that's made up of the 3 upper tier authorities, that's Southend, Thurrock and Essex County Council. That will change when we have the unitary councils, when they come on stream in 2028, they will assume the role of the combined authority. Of course, we do have the unitary shadow elections in 2027 as well. So we are going to have a whole slew of elections coming up in the not too distant future. So that carries on, and we will form that, and the government has confirmed that the investment fund that was coming to Essex, we will receive 1/3 of that. I will, on behalf of the County Council, lobby for us to get all of that money, because we could put that to use now, if I'm being honest. And also we need to make sure the mayor, whoever the mayor will be when elected, has a plan that they want to bring in, but also a plan of work that's being done that we can take forward as well. So I just wanted to update council on the public record. I will happily take any questions. I don't really know much more than I've just said at the moment. I'm happy to take any more questions on that. But I just thought it's important, having written to members, that I could say something with a full council meeting on the public record as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Councillor Bentley. Up to 3 minutes are available to each opposition group leader or their representative to make a statement in reply to the subject of this statement. I've been informed that the following members wish to speak. Councillor McCrory, you have up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's no doubt that MHCLG has not exactly covered itself in glory over this issue. The timelines were always going to be ambitious. It was just over a year ago when LGR was dumped on local authorities with yet another reorganisation of the health service to deal with at the same time. And officers have been planning for staffing the Mayor's office with 1 senior appointment, serving just 2 days before the postponement. So everything, accommodation arrangements being put in place, so everything would be there for May 2026. And then out of the blue, elections are postponed for 2 years. And as one member of staff said to me, we were marched up to the top of the hill and then we were marched back down again. One, shall we say, rather dubious source, which I hope is untrue, alleges that millions of pounds have already been spent by this council. And I would be interested to have that claim clarified. Now, Mr. Chairman, Councillor Bentley is denying that he wrote with other Conservative leaders writing to the minister requesting that the May 26 county elections be postponed. I'll have to check my media alerts after this meeting because I'm sure I've seen that. But anyway, other Conservative leaders certainly did write to the minister requesting that postponement. And certainly Councillor Spence, I've got that on Essex Live, that he did actually make the statement that there was great concerns that inexperienced councillors would be elected to run their councils. They obviously expected another drubbing at the polls, but their sheer arrogance that only they can run a council. I would remind him, certainly Councillor Spence, but other members too, that Westmoreland and Furness, Shropshire, Cambridgeshire, Gloucestershire, Hertfordshire, Wiltshire, Somerset, Devon and Cornwall are now all successfully led by Liberal Democrat councillors who, in their eyes, were too inexperienced to run a council. So I say to those who did call for these Conservatives, who did call for these elections to be cancelled, you can't pick and choose. We believe elections should have gone ahead this year, and certainly they must next. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Spence.
On a point of order, Chairman, factually, I was asked by the Scrutiny Committee what risks I saw in ensuring the successful transition of local government reorganisation. And I merely made the point that in any change of administration, there would inevitably be upheaval as new priorities had to be determined. There was no reflection whatsoever on the ability of any other party to lead a council. It was merely a factual statement that was intended in that spirit. It was received in that spirit by the Scrutiny Committee, and that is all I was repeating. I share with Councillor Bentley's the commitment to the elections. This is, of course, not about local government reorganisation. This is about the mayoral elections. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Spence. Councillor Scordis.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Not sure that was a point of order. Usually you have to point to a procedural order, but anyway. I mean, I think like many, I'm disappointed that the timetable has changed, but I think it's clear that what we are planning in Essex is clearly very, very difficult. And the facts have clearly changed with the government ministers. Obviously, there have been changes in top tier of government as well, where they have seen actually that this does need to be re-looked at and is much more complex than we saw. As I say, we were very ambitious with the timelines. It was very much being pushed through. I think it is important next year that people do get a vote. We were before able to say you will get a vote, and it will be a very, very important vote for a new role that will have a lot of power. And obviously there is some discontent that people feel that they have been disenfranchised with that change. And I don't think that's been done in a malicious way, or as some conspiracy theorists have suggested, that because certain parties will lose. I think that has been done because the facts have been looked at, and this is going to be a monumental change. Where I am still concerned is that I still feel that the north of Essex is underrepresented on this Colchester Combined Authority. And it still seems to me that it might be much more common sense that all council leaders from Essex are part of this. Thurrock and Southend are, for me, have overrepresentation when you look at the numbers compared to councils such as Chelmsford or Colchester or Basildon, which have similar numbers or if not more in a population, but they don't have that representation moving forward. So it makes sense for me that we have those experienced voices in the room with the same level of voting procedure. And I would like that looked at because, again, the circumstances have changed now, and we are likely going to be sitting in this room for a bit longer than we anticipated, even if there are elections, whether it's me or someone else. So that's something I'd like to be looked at looking forward, so we do have more democratic accountability and that everywhere in Essex feels that its voice is being heard move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Scottis. Councillor Pond, you have 3 minutes to speak on the statement.
I shan't speak for as long as 3 minutes, Mr. Chairman, never fear. But I join with other speakers in regretting the postponement of the mayoral election. I do worry, along with Councillor Scottis, about the composition of the mayorless county combined authority. Only four members, 2 from Essex and 2 from the 2 unitaries which exist. I think if the leader is to make representations, it should perhaps be about the composition of the combined authority, which without the guidance and authority of the mayor will, I think, be a bit of a lame duck, and a disproportioned lame duck at that. So I regret the postponement.
Thank you, Councillor Pond. I've got a couple of members who've indicated that they wish to speak, but in accordance with the Constitution, I need to take those after the leader's made his statement. So, Councillor Bentley, you have up to 5 minutes to respond to the questions.
Well, thank you. We'll take them in order. I think there's a danger of conflating LGR with devolution here. LGR was not dumped on this council. We actively wanted it because it's the right thing to do. For all the reasons I've explained in the public question, it's the right thing to do. If you don't think that, I would question your knowledge of local government in that sense, because you must see what is happening with the finances, the demand of services, and can we carry on in this way? Can we carry on the duplication that takes place across the 2-tier system? So I think we mustn't conflate the two. And certainly, I have not asked for elections to be cancelled. I have questioned ministers on the clarity whether elections will take place, because I think we need to know that. The public need to know that. We need to know that. But actually, officers who have to arrange elections need to know that. They don't happen in 2 weeks. They have months of planning to book various venues and things. So clarity is very important. I've asked for that, and I have asked what that would mean in terms of the timetable of LGR, but certainly not asking for elections to be cancelled. I believe elections should take place whenever they are due to take place. Although this is not unprecedented, it has taken place elsewhere. I believe in Buckinghamshire and other places where they've done local government reorganisation, elections were postponed for that reason, because you have to think about what it means in terms of getting the reorganisation done. But that does not mean the same thing as wanting them cancelled or wanting them postponed for 2026. But I would ask and urge colleagues to really think, if you don't want local government reorganisation because you think it's the wrong thing to do, publicly stand up and explain that. I don't think that's a view of all of the Liberal Democrat Party, but we'll wait and see if that is the case. In terms of the delay, yes, I agree. I think it's a shame. We should go ahead. I believe the law is that until the SI is laid, then there are no mayoral elections to postpone, which is why I think we've got the minded to comment. But nonetheless, we understand it'll be 2028. And on the makeup of the combined authority, under the government's proposals, it is the upper tier authorities that make up the combined authority. It's not a choice we have in all of this. Now, what we have done and always done is to consult our district leaders and colleagues in district councils, and we will continue to do that. I would never, ever, as the leader of the county council, do anything that affects all of our citizens without debating and talking to and listening to our leaders of our district councils. And certainly, Councillor Butland and Councillor King from the Essex Chief Execs and Leaders meeting we have will confirm I've always been engaging and always will engage in those matters. How the combined authority is made up, of course, will be a government matter, but it would be, of course, for the unitaries in the future. That's what they are getting that used to. In terms of the voting rights, that is something we will be looking at around that, because are there disproportionate votes now between the county and the two unitaries. For a space of 2 or 3 months, I think that's okay, but it's a space now of 18 months. And I think we do need to look at that, whether there would be someone brought in to chair in the place of a mayor for that period of time with a casting vote. I don't know. These are the questions we need to ask, and we will be asking. The most important thing is, why is this happening? To improve the services delivered to people at the lowest possible cost. And at the moment, I don't believe that's the case, and I believe it would be better in the future.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a point of personal explanation, please?
Certainly. Continue.
I certainly didn't say anything about opposing LGR. It was the timescales that is the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCrory. Well, as I previously said, under the Constitution, members now have the opportunity to ask questions in relation to the statement made by the leader on the subject of the delay of mayoral elections. I'll allow a period of up to 10 minutes for this, and have asked for the timer to be used. So I've got two people who've indicated that they wanted to speak, and I would ask them to share that proportionately between them and be as succinct as possible. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question to the leader is about, why don't we have a non-binding referendum, which we have the powers to do, on does this county want a mayor of Essex? I think the 5 or possibly new all 3 authorities can work perfectly well without a mayor. When London had a mayor in, the proposal for a mayor enforced on them, at least they had a referendum and the people of London could vote. You as the leader, Mr. Chairman, have the authority, if there is no elections this May, to have a non-binding referendum. As you know, my views on having an elected mayor of the county, it's pretty much a toothless tiger, apart from being in a room with other county mayors around London to go, oi, Sadiq, no. That's the only positive I see. So we could do that, have a non-binding referendum this May across the boundaries of Essex County Council. Do you want an elected mayor or not? But the other benefit is, apart from letting people like myself go, no, but you can put across the arguments what you feel is the positives of having a mayor and have that debate. And I think people would engage with that and explain the case of local government reform even better to residents. Because if you look on pages like Fake News Book, you hear the conspiracy theories. We're trying to create a dictatorship in his own county so councillors like Kevin Bentley can rule in perpetuity, which we all know is rubbish. Because in May 28, this building will have for sale signs up and you'll be doing other things. And can I just do one last final quick question? I like Roger Hurst, not so sure about the Rosette. So we've got Roger Hurst as the Police Crime Fire Commissioner until we have an elected mayor. So would you like to thank him on behalf of the county? Because we may disagree on politics, but Roger, as the Police Crime Fire Commissioner, does a fair job.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do you wish to respond?
I do, and I would agree on that last point that Mr. Hurst has an impeccable record as our Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner. I can't just make him that, by the way. It's a consensus and democracy in that case. We'd have to ask other people. I do think there's an argument to have an independent chair of the Combined Authority till the mayor is in place. I do think that is the case. In terms of referendum, well, look, I don't know if we have the power to do that, to be honest with you, and I don't know whether the legislation with the devolution bill, which is still making its way through the House of Commons and Lords, would allow for that to take place. But why do I think a mayor is important? And it's quite simply as this, and not the Mayor of London. This is a different kind of mayor. And I look to people like Ben Houchen and Andy Street, indeed Andy Burnham in Manchester, what they have achieved for their residents. One great thing, certainly Andy Burnham did, was when the government took the £2 bus fare up to £3, he kept it at £2. And other issues around that, the ability to be able to have a transport system that combines all the buses. They don't physically run the buses, they're on the franchise of the buses, but have a say with the timetabling and improve the services, something we can't do at the moment. Having a great say on spatial planning. I mean, this ridiculous system we have of having local plans, and all governments are responsible for this, giving false housing targets and saying, meet that, you don't build communities, you build just houses. And we must build communities, and the mayor will have the ability to do that in a way that I can't or anybody else can't currently under the two-tier system. So a mayor brings real, and there's a whole slew of others, a mayor brings real benefits to people, and more importantly, it brings real investments, not just handouts from the government. We want to cut the strings of Westminster completely from Essex as much as we can, certainly. And a mayor has the ability to bring outside investment, as we have seen elsewhere. Outside investment into Essex, bringing jobs, careers, and better lives for people in this county as well. That is the freedoms the mayor has that we currently, as much as we talk about it, we try very hard, don't. And dare I say, we've had road cancellations. Mayors will be in there very hard and would have a greater say directly with the Secretary of State for Transport in a way that we have to write letters, and if we're lucky, we might get a meeting. That's not a party thing, because that happens with all parties in power. It is a fact that mayors have more clout, and they have the mandate of the population of Essex, all of Essex, a mandate. None of us have that mandate whatsoever. We have mandates from our local areas of Essex. This mayor is the most powerful local politician the residents of this county will ever elect. That's why it's important as well.
Thank you. I've got two more questions to come, and I should just say that Councillor Bentley, you've used up a fair bit of your time allocation, so just give you warning on that. Councillor Stamp, next.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with a lot of what you've just said, Councillor Bentley, Leader. I recently attended a webinar on what's happening in local government reorganisation and devolution, as I've attended many, because I'm very interested in, I'd like to try and be informed. And I was interested with what my colleague on the other side said about Cambridge and Peterborough, the combined authority. It actually was formed in 2017, and the person, one of the key leaders, actually did a huge speech on it. And what I found really interesting, because I find it fascinating, what she actually said was one of the major problems of trying to get devolution and the LGR in place to work effectively was the disagreement with politicians. If it was left to the officers and it was left for people to be able to deal with it properly without all the posturing and trying to make a name for oneself, these are my words, not what she said, so please don't, go after her. This was my interpretation. And it says here, a good mayor really is an expert in collaboration, shared vision, can lobby government, hunt impacts with MPs, be good for the public, and not only for their own profile. A poor mayor is shackled by promises made at elections and vanity projects, along with the things what she said. But what I'm really disappointed with, and the question is, Lisa, do you share my disappointment? We as an area out in the Dengie, and I am going to say it again, whether people like me or not saying it, but we do not have the infrastructure. And I was really looking forward to do some work to get the buses coming out to where we live with the health services. We've had meetings regarding trying to get better infrastructure. And I feel very disappointed now that that's going to be held back. Because if we haven't got a mayor, how can I go and lobby that mayor? How can I go and have meetings for my area to actually bring what is much needed? We are level 1 priority for lacking in levelling up in Malden District, Chairman. So my question is, I'm very sorry that we're not having the mayor. I think it's holding us back when we're going forward with LGR. And if we don't stop looking back and start looking forward, we're doing a massive disservice, in my opinion, to our residents. And I will stop because you said there's somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stamp. We never mind you mentioning the Dengie. In fact, we expect it. So, I don't know whether you want to reply to that now.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for eating into my time with it. Anyway, so joking. I just want to look. I completely agree with Councillor Stamp. He's been a great supporter of the work for LGR and Devo. Absolutely, we share the disappointment. You've prompted me to say something I forgot to say earlier, because what I don't know is what powers will be conferred to the combined authority early next year. And if buses are in that and other elements, that will be great. And I just don't know at the moment. We need to find out. I'm hoping we can. There's no point having a combined authority sit there that can't do anything. We certainly have investment fund money coming, albeit a third. So I just need to confirm what the powers are. As soon as I know, everybody else will know.
Thank you, Councillor Bentley. Councillor McIver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a quick question. I welcome the delayed outrage with regards to cancelling elections. the Reform Party is considering taking legal action against the cancellation of elections. My understanding is the Conservative Party doesn't wish to do that. Is there a particular reason why that would be? And would the leader be supportive of taking legal action against the cancellation of elections? To my understanding, there is still time to ensure that people are able to vote in May for the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. And the honest answer is I'm not against it. I don't know what the law says because until the SI is laid, there are no mayoral elections. And I generally don't know the answer to that. So before we were to do any legal action, and I'm talking certainly to our party people nationally about it, whether that should be the case or not, because I wouldn't want to spend public money, and I think Reform might do it as a party with your own money, but spend public money in doing that on a JR. So I think I need to understand more what the law says about the SI being laid.
Thank you, Councillor Bentley. I haven't got anybody else who's indicated they wish to speak. So thank you to all of that. I hope that's clarified things. Not sure necessarily. We all wait and see. but thank you to everybody. Motions. Now moving, we've got 3 motions today and they will be taken in the order that they have been received. The motions are as follows. One from the Labour Group, the future of the highways contract, moved by Councillor Lee Scordis and seconded by Councillor Henderson, amended by Councillor and with an amendment by Councillor Newport and Councillor Corey from the Liberal Democrat Group. Then we've got a Conservative group motion, Caring for Essex Residents, moved by Councillor Jane Fleming and seconded by Councillor Andy Johnson and amended by Councillor McCrory and Councillor King of the Liberal Democrat Group. And finally, from the non-aligned group, Ensuring Continuity of Local Road Safety and Improvement Schemes during Local Government Reorganisation, moved by Councillor Thorogood and seconded by Councillor Pond. Please, can I ask all members to stick to the time limits, and this ensures that everybody who wishes to speak has an opportunity to do so. So moving on then, the first, the future of the highways contract. I call on Councillor Scordis as the proposer of this motion to move the motion and set out it in the agenda, but not to make your speech at this point.
Formally move.
Thank you. I understand that Councillor McGarren, you're going to second this in as Councillor Henderson is absent. If you could indicate whether you wish
formally
to speak now.
seconded with reserve the right.
Thank you. Where are we? Thank you. I've received notice of one amendment from the Liberal Democrat group to be moved by Councillor McCrory and seconded by Councillor King. Councillor McCrory, do you formally propose the amendment? But do not make your speech.
Chairman, this is a different motion. The motion here on highways is to be amended, proposed by Councillor Newport, seconded by myself, Councillor Corey. I think you may be referring to the other motion where Councillor McCrory and Councillor King are noted.
Is that right? That's what I've got. Motion 1. Sorry, I think notes have been changed. Apologies. Yeah, got that. My apologies. It looks as though we had a change of notes. So, I call upon Councillor Newport to propose the motion, but not to speak at this point.
Yeah, formally moved, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Corey as seconder of the motion.
Formally second, Chairman, and reserve the right to speak.
Okay, thank you. And apologies for that mix-up. So moving on to the debate, I call on Councillor Scordis to speak to the motion. Councillor Scordis, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this motion for those who don't know, is around the new highways contract that is going to be negotiated from 2027. What will happen is a 7-year contract is being proposed. So this falls well within past the remit of the dissolution of Essex County Council and will fall upon the new unitaries to deal with. I consider this, and I think many do, very deeply undemocratic. The leader himself has said the importance of local councils being able to decide their own future. But in this case, their own future over a huge service that covers not just your potholes and pavements, but also tree maintenance, public rights of way, active travel and air quality and much more will not be in your hands for the first term and more of the future unitary and shadow authorities. So that ability has been taken out of their hands. And we know how important this is on the doorstep. It's the type of thing that can win or lose elections. And we have a deeply angry electorate out there where we'll all have in our leaflets, we're going to fix the potholes. Of course we are. And then we have to say, sorry, we can't do it in the first 6 years because we've been given this contract we didn't ask for and we're not happy with the supplier, but these are the terms that have been drawn up for us. So what we're calling for is very simple, reduce the length of this because what was debated at Place and Economic Committee was the fact that councils, we don't know what the unitaries will be, do not have enough time to negotiate a huge contract like this. At the same time, does it really need to be 7 years long? Actually, this could be reduced to 2030, which gives a good 2 years for future unitaries to get on with the case of sorting this. And if they are happy with the contract they have, there should be terms in there that benefit those councils and obviously the supplier as well to carry on as they are. We currently have no idea the penalties. We have no idea of how much unitary it would cost each unitary because we don't know the sizes of their unitary. Will it be done on population, on need, on length of roads? We have no idea. This is not transparent at all, and it's really not fair on the public and any future people who stand up for election. And let's be honest, we've never seen a good service in the last decade or more from the people that we have been handing contracts out to. We're still failing to inspect some of the really poor, shoddy work that we get from subcontracting. We're failing to get comms, and a lot of the time, we're failing to see common sense and get basic things done. And it's us as the councillors who look bad, and it's the electorate who get more and more fed up and are driven to either not voting or driven to voting for extreme parties because they're seeing things not getting done. So for us, it's only fair that these future unitaries have more of a say. So as I say, the first 2 years of that unitary, absolutely fine. They've got a contract in place, but they should have the option of whether they want to extend that, and they're happy to do that, or they're actually willing to either try a different supplier or a completely new method of running that service. That is how democracy should run. It should not be imposed on them as it's being done in what seems quite a heavy-handed and untransparent way. So that is all we're calling for today, to move forward with negotiations of a contract, but to reduce the length to allow more accountability for future unitaries, to have that option to choose the way they move forward, rather than leaving new councillors a whole term and a bit before they can actually change from a contract they may not like and their residents may want to scrap.
Thank you, Councillor Scordis. I now call upon Councillor Newport, the mover of the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. So speaking to the amendment, some members will be aware that references have been made to a previous working group on this matter. That small group of opposition group leaders and cabinet members were bound by confidentiality. Therefore, we have never been given the outcome of that group. We have seen no report, we have had no briefing. So members are now asked to accept decisions taken behind closed doors with no clear audit trail or no member scrutiny. This is not a small or routine procurement. This is a high-value contract. It will lock in decisions for up to 7 years. It will bind future unitary councils to terms that they did not agree. The risks are higher. The impact is wider. When the risks rise, scrutiny matters more. Highways is one of the most commented on services from residents. We hear it every week. Potholes, flooding, broken and missing street signs, broken street lights, delays, poor communication. If residents care most about this service, then their voice should shape the process at the start. Not after the contract is signed and not when change becomes costly or impossible. Our strong view is simple. This procurement should have gone through proper scrutiny, both place and audit committees. Place, because this affects daily life across every community. Audit, because of financial and performance risks are significant and long-term. The amendment does not block progress. It does not delay for delay's sake. It asks for transparency. It asks for a shorter contract period or a period tested through public scrutiny. It asks for clear exit clauses. It asks for clarity on who pays and how. It asks for firm quality standards. This is about democratic accountability. Future councils should not inherit decisions forced upon them. Residents should not be consulted once options have gone. Supporting this amendment means that you believe in scrutiny before commitment. It means that you believe residents deserve a voice early, not late. It means you believe good governance reduces risk. I urge members to support the amendment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Newport. I now call on individual members to speak. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak to the motion and or the amendment. I understand this motion covers the portfolio of Councillor Cunningham, who will have 5 minutes to speak. At the moment, I've just got Councillor Smith, who's indicated to speak on this. So call on you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by picking up on a point by Councillor Scoldis about county supposedly sprays weeds and cuts bushes. Now, there's an estate in my division, the Langdon Hills estate, which is all paving slabbed. And thanks to Councillor McGurran's brief on Basildon Council, where the Pride teams now come directly under the area committee, so they won't be getting phone calls from the Billericay Town Council go, oh, there's a blade of grass slope along. And that Basildon can be left to rot. The Pride teams come along and they're picking up the jobs from Essex Highways. And they've been round that estate where Essex Highways has failed to come round in a timely manner. They came round first at the end of July, but thanks to Councillor McGurran, they were round in the spring, early summer and the autumn. The estate and the Van Gill Drive, which is in East Division, has had that benefit too. But when did our guys come round, to be fair, and spray that estate? 2 weeks ago, in this weather. Glyphosate, which I'm a big fan of, doesn't work in cold, dark, wet weather. What a waste of taxpayers' money. But Essex Highways was out then. I was one of the people who signed Councillor Emma Callaghan's motion, calling for the scrutiny for this contract. But as Councillor Scoldis says, it's not democratic because all of those people standing for election in May 27 could be making great promises to the electorate that we will do this type of service, that type of service. They can't. You've gagged them. You've taken away a democratic debate. As soon as the new unitaries are formed, as soon as they're able to put that contractor into place or have the service in-house, they should be able to do so with no penalty clause. That's good business. But if you say to one company or companies that want to get this bid, whatever, you know, you can do what you like till 2034. What's the worst that's going to happen? You've got 7 years guaranteed work from the taxpayer. That's not commercial. We should be open to the market, open to democracy. And if the new authorities want to terminate the contract prematurely and bring it in-house, why not? And one challenge I would say to every member, particularly the administration members in this chamber, now it's almost Christmas, 2 and a bit weeks away. Most people are likely to go lakeside. Don't ask me why. You can't park. It's full of people. I can see why people shop on the internet. We could come to Basildon Town Centre to do a bit of Christmas shopping. I must put that little bit in. Or Brentwood. Brentwood's not a bad little place. Councillor Aspinall. I was there yesterday. And you drive along that A13 and you can think, oh, this austerity must be really bad in Essex. And then you see that sign, welcome to Thurrock, and you think, oh, they're bankrupt. Roads must be terrible. But they're smooth, they're mint, they're fresh. They're in first class condition. So why is it a unitary authority like Thurrock can have a mint A13 and the sign that used to be up on the edge of my division of Thurrock, welcome to Essex, which was stolen by some metal recyclers, to put it nicely, you don't need that sign. You just look down the road, boom, boom, boom. So I'm going to support Councillor Scaldis's motion. I'm going to listen to Lib Dem debate, might support their amendment, but let's be commercial. As soon as a new unitary authority should be formed, they should have the freedom either keep or go without any penalties.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Aspinall, you have 3 minutes.
In a shopping basil on there?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chairman. I agree with a lot of what's been said already. This is the first of many mashups that I can see heading our way as local councillors, whichever authority we're going to represent now or in the future. It is a fundamental problem of transferring of contracts of this size over to a, excuse me, over to another authority. It is, I sympathise with those that have sat through this and tried to, because a contract of this length takes a long time to negotiate. I don't believe it should have taken 3 years, but that's what I'm being told. Now, a new authority taking over is going to have to negotiate with someone else, but in the time that another contract is already running for a long time. This is going to be so problematic going forward. One thing I am clear on is I support my colleague here in the fact that this has to be transparent, has to be democratic. And the people of Essex deserve that. They have had a poor service, in my opinion, for far too long. It is an opportunity now to be able to address that and get down to brass tacks in organising, but in full transparency with people of Essex on board. I don't know how we're going to get there, but it is a problem going forward. I've been on the negotiating side of the LGR with my colleagues from across Essex, and there are big hurdles to overcome. This is just the first. So we need to address this properly, and I fully support the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Aspinall. Councillor McIver, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be supporting this motion because I think it is vital for the future of whatever local government looks like in Essex. There is the opportunity to ensure that new councils are not punished because they may wish to opt for a better service, a different service, a more innovative service. And for a free market economy, we shouldn't be punishing local government to that extent, potentially. Now, of course, I make the word government. I think if we are serious about local government, there has to be the opportunity to change things. Otherwise, we're just not serious. So I think it's very important that that is a future consideration. Different contractors will be better at rural areas compared with urban areas. And I think as we are a diverse county and we are likely to have diverse new unitaries, whichever way the botched up deal is done, it's going to be different depending which authority you are. I do want to, and I think it's very important in the conversation about highways, to pay tribute to the individual on the ground workers. When we talk about the poor service we get, and I agree at a corporate level, it is a poor service. I think we can sometimes forget in that conversation that when we go to bed, there are people that put their high-vis jackets on and frankly have a life-endangering job out there on our Essex roads. And I pay tribute to each and every person on that frontline service and our officers that get, I think, sometimes very unreasonable battering from the public, but understandably so, because the public are infuriated by the state of their roads. And I completely understand that. Anybody that's had their tyre damaged the way that many of our residents have will be inept with the idea of continuing this service. But we have to be practical, and I'm not against that at all. I've been very fortunate in preparation for a reform administration here to be able to go to other parts of the country and see how reform administrations are delivering highway services with innovation. And I tell you something, members can laugh in this chamber, but the people in Derbyshire are laughing their heads off because complaints about damaged tyres caused by potholes are down 75%. The backlog of potholes has gone from 27,000 to 0. That is not the KPI here in Essex. So I'm delighted that people share my excitement for a future administration, which may do things differently. But whatever way you look at it, no matter which party is in control, the fundamentals of this motion are appropriate. We do not want to see a new authority in Essex punished because they may wish to change supplier. So I think that is a very important point. And just on a final note in relation to highways, I think it's also very important to have the break clause. I see no commercial incentive for any contractor to do a good job if we are locked in and stuck with the contract. So I welcome that proposal as well. The shorter the term, the better. We just have to watch any fiscal complication or punishment for a shorter contract. But other than that, I welcome the motion in its form. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McIver. Councillor Stamp, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I've got some competition. The amount of times I say Dengie to the amount of times somebody else says reform in this chamber now. I need to step up my game. I attended the cabinet meeting where this was tabled, and I can now say this out in the open, but I couldn't say it before because it was under P&C. I had similar concerns about the standard of work because where I am in the Dengie, the roadworks and the standard of work that we're experiencing at the moment, and I've brought this up before in May when we had a beautiful road surface that didn't last, and I did say to Councillor Cunningham the weather didn't help it at the time. I was then assured it was going to be resurfaced in August. It still hasn't been done, and I even mentioned it and it's minuted at the last meeting. I have not had any feedback to say when the roads are going to be repaired. It's a huge road, it's a fast road, it's the main road coming out from South Woodham into Burnham and Southminster and the Dengie. So on a serious note, I actually was originally going to support the opposite side of the house with that contract because I was assured that any issues that I'd raised were going to be addressed and the standard of work was going to be of a higher standard and nature. But I'm not convinced at the moment. I don't think there are the level of managers or whoever goes around and checks the roads once they've been redone. And if anybody watched Panorama last night, did anybody watch Panorama on the highways? Oh, fake news. Okay, a lot of what you speak is fake news as far as I'm concerned, but there you go. So if you actually watch that, what we need to be really working on is the standard of work and how long it lasts and the quality. And if it isn't repaired properly, Councillor Cunningham, there are the officers or the members of staff or inspectors, I don't know the levels. I wasn't honoured enough to be asked to sit on this contract negotiation because I would have really enjoyed it. But if we can look at actually doing what we paid to do, and my friends on the left, this side, are absolutely right. Every leaflet we put out, we say, I'm going to fix the potholes. I was one 5 years ago. I'm going to fix these potholes. I failed miserably. On my leaflet, when I stand again, I'm going to put, I failed filling the potholes. Do not vote for me because I can't do your potholes. On a serious note, we need to do better at this council for this. And if this contract can deliver that, then that's great. But I don't feel at this stage, I'm going to vote with my Labour friends and my Liberal Democrat friends on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stamp. I haven't got anybody else who's indicated to speak. So, Councillor Cunningham, I call on you. You have 5 minutes to respond.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much indeed. Before I go to the substantive part of my speech, I think we need to clarify a few things. First of all, this is not an automatic renewal of the existing contract. This is a whole new contract. Labour members may wish to listen to this because they're putting out a lot of false information here, and they actually might want to learn what's actually happening here. No, you are. And also, I'm sorry, Councillor Newport, but to suggest there hasn't been proper scrutiny of this process is an absolute lie. There was a private scrutiny session, probably more value than an actual in-public scrutiny session because it allows us the opportunity to deal with commercially sensitive issues. This is a multi-million-pound contract, hugely commercially sensitive. And further to that, we have agreed to a call-in and we've agreed to further scrutiny. So that's misinformation. With regard to Councillor Smith and his issues in Basildon, twice we have offered Basildon Borough Council the opportunity to sort out the long-standing historical asset stewardship issues in the Basildon Borough, partly down to the new town, partly down to other things. Twice those opportunities have not been taken up. The offer is still there from Essex County Council to help with that before LGR. But I thank members for their motion because it gives us an opportunity to put the facts straight on these matters, as I welcome the scrutiny call-in. The Highways and Transport Service is one of our council's most critical statutory services, touching every resident and business in Essex. As the Highway Authority, our work underpins not only our own services, but also those of our city, district and borough partners. Quite simply, this service matters deeply to our residents. The service has a massive level of complexity, and we have given huge amounts of thought and deliberation to this work. The scale of what we deliver is immense: 5,000 miles, 3,800 miles of footways and cycleways, 3,900 miles of public rights of way, 1,600 bridges, 132,000 streetlights, signalised junctions, 300,000 gullies. Our contract was designed over 15 years ago. It served its purpose then. We have learnt lessons from that. Times have changed. Designing a new operating model takes time, and we've listened to feedback and studied best practice models across other highways authorities. The goal is clear: a model that meets statutory obligations, supports the new unitary authorities as they mature, and delivers best value for Essex residents. After all, that's what it's all about. So why a 7-year contract? We benchmarked against other authorities. Hertfordshire has just commenced a 21-year contract. Norfolk, also going through local government reorganisation, will begin a 14-year contract next April. Kent and Warwickshire are starting 21-year and 13-year contracts respectively, some with, I think, a reform influence there. Extensive market engagement has concluded that 7 years is the minimum term to attract serious bidders for a contract of this size and complexity. This length provides stability for new unitary councils to establish themselves without immediate re-procurement, whilst structure, systems and processes are being established. Continuity of a safe legal service for new authorities to deliver their statutory responsibilities. Commercial viability for bidders, allowing recovery of investment in fleet and other equipment, embedding services, improving efficiency and recovering sunk costs of tender and mobilisation. Mitigation against this tender exercise failing from being considered uncommercial, unattractive to the market. A shorter contract of 3 years would not do that. In response to the members who have moved and seconded this motion, both are executive members at District Council, can I ask, was Councillor Scorder so reticent about Colchester Borough Homes extending their relationship, Colchester City Council extending their relationship with Colchester Borough Homes? Councillor Henderson, concerned about tendering, renewing their highways contract, their waste contract beyond the life of their council? No, because we're all having to make the decisions the best we see it at this given time through this period of great complexity. There'll be no guarantee of volume or spend in this current contract, so we're not binding the hands of successor authorities too much. Each unitary authority will retain flexibility to choose what works to commission based on the agreed scope and pricing. Regarding cost to unitary authorities, this is dependent upon both the type and volume of the work the contractor is asked to deliver. Each unitary authority will be able to choose the work that the contractor is asked to deliver from the contract scope, which will determine the cost of the works commissioned using the new method of measurement and price list for these works. Regarding quality, measures will be built in, an enhanced commissioning function and check and challenge function we will embed in the contract before we hand over to successor authorities. In terms of engagement, Mr. Chair, I appreciate I'm going to run over time, but if I may just ask for another 30 seconds, because I think it's absolutely clear we make these points. A cross-party membership reference group, which includes representation by Councillor Henderson, has met 15 times on this since 2023. A briefing was held for the Police Services and Economic Scrutiny Committee, of which Councillor Scorder is a member, a separate briefing for Essex leaders and chief executives. And I listened with great interest to Councillor Aspinall. I was there at that LC meeting back in October. He didn't mention anything on the highways contract. He didn't express any concerns. And I think when we deal with these issues of complexity, he really needs to use far more articulate language than mash-ups when going through one of the biggest changes in 50 years. His residents deserve better. The Cabinet decision to commence procurement was taken publicly on the 16th of October, and the subsequent call-ins now have been resolved. As I agreed during the call-in process, I will present further details to the Police, Service and Economic Growth Committee on the 19th of December. This is complex, this is difficult. We appreciate the sensitivities and the high expectation. We're doing the best job we can for Essex residents at this unprecedented time. Mr. Chairman, we'll take partners with us. We'll engage with partners, but we'll crack on with the work. Thank you.
Thank you. We now come to
Yes, I was part of an LC meeting where this was part of a briefing note to us all. We listened. There wasn't a great debate on this. We listened to the difficulties that was being outlined to us all. And I do not regret that word. Mash-up is what's going to happen going forward with an awful lot of these contracts. Mess up, mash up, whatever you like to say. It is what is happening. That is coming down the road, if you excuse the pun.
Thank you, Councillor Aspinall. We now come to winding up the
Sorry,
debate.
Chairman, can I just make a point of personal clarification? Thanks.
Just one, and that's the last one I'll take.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Just coming back from what Councillor Cunningham said, and I accept where I said no member scrutiny. I should have said minimal member scrutiny, because not every member in this chamber has had the opportunity to scrutinise this. And that takes me on to the point of public scrutiny. And I can't discuss what was in that briefing because it was confidential, and I accept that. But the detail we were given was minimal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Corey, I come to you to speak on winding up the debate. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Just in response to Councillor Cunningham, you say you will work with partners on this. We all are partners in this, and as are the residents of Essex. I really believe public consultation needs to be part of this. I believe that the biggest partners, and you've said it before, and others rising on the administration side, is the people of Essex. So they need more involvement in this. Because for many residents across Essex, highways and the management of our roads is the highest priority for them. In some cases, it may be adult social care or children's services, but in my caseload, it is always roads, the network that comes highest. 3 years ago, Essex County Council admitted to running a policy of managed decline on its roads. Following a Freedom of Information quest by the Lib Dems, we found that Essex had the highest recorded road defects across the eastern region, and also the highest amount of claims by drivers claiming for pothole-related damage. Now, I think Councillor Cunningham is a decent person, a logical person, but I think it's so difficult to run that portfolio. It's just impossible. And that's why I do see the positive of unitary authorities, where we can run it in a much more manageable way. £3 billion of a contract is just astronomical. And how can we really achieve efficiencies and keep that contract pinned down? We've had motions across this council about how it costs too much to put in a salt bin. You know, we all know on our highways panels the amount of delays and the cost that it takes to get things done. I really believe we can do better. That is why I support this motion, and I support the motion with the amendments to bring more public scrutiny to this and to give chance for that scrutiny to happen effectively, but also to look at public consultation to involve the most important partners in Essex, our residents. For me, there are 3 reasons why not to extend this 7-year, £3 billion contract. One, there has been very little scrutiny allowed for councillors and no public consultation at all. Two, the contract has been agreed for 7 years, from 27 to 34, and that will mean the dissolved Essex County Council will pass on to the unitary councils in an undemocratic way this contract. Thirdly, Essex Highways and Ringway Jacobs contract so far has been one of the worst performing across the country, with record numbers of potholes and record number of claims. So therefore, I support this motion as amended to fully scrutinise and put into public scrutiny of this contract to either reduce its length or to see a renewal of the previous contract in a shorter way with a break clause or something to allow us to fully scrutinise this and not land authorities with a £3 billion contract for 7 years.
Thank you, Councillor Corrie. Councillor McGarren, I call on you to second the.
I think someone was do you want to take them first on?
Councillor Whitburn, did you indicate?
Yeah.
Right, I didn't see you.
Sorry, thank you, Chairman. I really think it's important we keep this in perspective and the dangers of what we're doing here today, because this is a very complex issue. Procurement is not an easy exercise to carry out. And I am deeply concerned by some of what I'm hearing and the delays this could cause. There has been proper consultation on this contract and the potential to go out to tender. And it's actually becoming very damaging to this council in the way we're handling this. In fact, I would argue that some of it is almost unprofessional in the tone of the motions that are coming forward, and factually incorrect what's been said. Now, this administration has invested more in highways than anybody. Over the past 4 years, you've seen an incredible advancement in what we've done. In fact, I know from my post bag, and I know from the post bag of most members, we have seen a fall in complaints about the quality of our high roads. Things are getting better, but it takes a long time to turn ships round sometimes. And county councils are mega ships, and highways is a mega contract. And it's important not to say words like it's a mash up or it's this or it's that. We are planning for the future. If we stall this contract, we could leave new unitary authorities with no contracts and no abilities to do highways, and it will be your responsibility. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Whitbread. Councillor McGarren, I call on you to sum up now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We've heard a lot about democracy today. This motion is about exactly that. It's about democracy. But if you'll allow me a little bit of an aside, we live in very strange times when a former Lib Dem MP is citing the Daily Mail and quoting Margaret Thatcher. However, not that strange in a way, because as we know, there's an unholy alliance between the Lib Dems and Reform UK, who don't really care about elections being postponed. They care about the fact they thought they were going to win elections that may or may not be postponed. So let's get it right. What is it before us in terms of the highways contract is profoundly undemocratic. It is tying the hands of unitary authorities that don't yet exist for at least 6 years. That is not right, and it's not necessary. A lot has been said about the performance of the present contractor that delivers the highway contract. I don't need to say anything about that. It's been said before, but that's academic. That is not the point. The point is you are not allowing new authorities to make a decision that is fundamental to the running of those councils. And that is simply wrong. It is simply wrong. I find it, we talked about democracy as well. I find it really strange that hardly any Conservative councillors, in fact, no Conservative councillors, apart from 2 on the front bench, have spoken on this. I can only assume one of 2 things. Either you're embarrassed or you've been told not to. Either way, it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Councillor Cunningham, you made a statement about Basildon Council ducking a meeting. As in my role as Cabinet Member for Environment and Leisure at Basildon, since spring, early spring of this year, I've been trying to have a meeting with you about something in your portfolio, and you've ducked and ducked and ducked. And finally, I've granted a meeting in February of next year after a request in spring of this year. So don't you lecture me about ducking meetings, right? What this is about here today is either we allow new councils to make decisions for themselves or we don't. Councillor Whitbread, normally have a degree of respect for you, but I think you're being alarmist. It's not true to say we have to, in terms of procurement, it has to be done this way. It doesn't have to be done this way. There are examples of where it has not been done this way, and it's wrong to say, you know, we're doing it for the good of these new authorities. You're doing it because you want to do it, and so what you're effectively doing is allowing the ghost of Essex County Council to control the destiny of new unity authorities that don't exist anymore. Trust me, Essex County Council will not be lamented, and you really, by making decisions that are going to tie the unities in the future, you are making a very serious mistake. And what is happening in highways now could be happening with other contracts. I'm almost done. With other contracts going forward, and as councillors, we need to be paying attention to this to stop this happening.
Thank you, Councillor McGarren. Now we come to the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on a point of order, may I just raise, Councillor Cunningham mentioned Warwickshire and Kent Council. I think it's important before we vote. I'm sure this is inadvertent. Kent County Council's contract is not 21 years, and neither is Warwickshire. Warwickshire is actually still out for tender, and I think it's important, as that is commercially sensitive, that members of the Chamber are aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. We take the Liberal Democrat amendment first. We would then vote on.
Chair.
What now?
Oh, Chair, I think I'm supposed to be asked if I accept the Lib Dem amendment, but I haven't been asked. Am I not?
Do you accept the Lib Dem?
I do accept it, so that becomes the substantive.
Okay, thank you.
And then. Oh, all over the shop.
No. So
I will have one tier.
we go for two votes. Okay. I'm advised by the monitoring officer that we should go for two votes. So the voting will speak on that matter. So I put the Liberal Democrat amendment to the vote first. Can I
named vote if possible, Chair?
Two, three.
Yeah, I'm on.
We've got
Right, the Lib Dems got to have a meeting before, but they're done.
yeah, we got 10. Yes. A bit slow coming, but so I put the Liberal Democrat. I put the Liberal Democrat amendment to the vote. Those in favour? Well, we're asking for a named vote, so. Oh, dear.
Okay, so we'll commence the named vote. Councillor Aspinall. Councillor Barber.
Against.
Councillor Ball. Councillor Ball.
Against.
Councillor Barker.
Against.
Councillor Bentley.
Against.
Councillor Blackwell.
For.
Councillor Bowers-Flint.
Against.
Councillor Buckley.
Against.
Councillor Butland.
Against.
Councillor Corey.
For.
Microphones. Councillor Cunningham.
Against.
Councillor Dobson. Councillor Durham.
Against.
Councillor Egan. Councillor Fleming. Councillor Garnett. Councillor Goggin.
Against.
Councillor Gooding.
Abstain.
Councillor Guglielmi.
Same.
Councillor Headley. Councillor Henry. Councillor Honeywood.
Against.
Councillor Hoy.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Jowers.
Against.
Councillor King.
For.
Councillor Land. Councillor Lismore. Councillor Lewis.
Against.
Councillor Loxton. Councillor McCory.
For.
Councillor Massey. Councillor May. Councillor McGurran.
For.
Councillor McKinley. Councillor McQuiggan.
Against.
Councillor Moore. Councillor Newport.
For.
Councillor Platt. Councillor Pond.
Abstain.
Councillor Reeves. Councillor Reid. 4. Councillor Shrier.
Against.
Councillor Scordis.
4.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Shaw. Councillor Sheldon.
Against.
Councillor Siddle.
Against.
Councillor Skeels. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Souter. Councillor Spence. Councillor Stamp. 4. Councillor Steele.
That was good.
Councillor Stevenson.
Against.
Councillor Steptoe. Councillor Thorogood. Councillor Vance. Councillor Wagland.
Against.
Councillor Chris Whitbread.
Against.
Councillor Holly Whitbread. Against. And Councillor Wiles. And Councillor McIver. Sorry, Councillor McIver.
4.
Thank you, members. We have 17 votes for, 44 against, and 3 abstentions. The amendment is lost. In which case, we move on to the substantive vote, which is on the original motion. Can I ask for those in favour to indicate?
Like a recorded vote, please.
And another vote.
Yeah.
We haven't got 10 people. So
Just take the vote, show hands.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you're one short of we can't keep on with it. Yeah. A rather delayed display.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. First of all, we called the vote. Then you asked people, do they want to have which you've called the votes, the vote should take place. Then there wasn't enough people. So how many times could we have another vote on this afterwards then maybe?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you've made it very clear. The vote was called. We should just vote on it now.
Yeah. Can I take a view on the vote? I'm advised we should have a named vote, so apologies.
Are we ready? We go again. Okay, Councillor Aspinall. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Against.
Councillor Barber.
Against.
Councillor Barker.
Against.
Councillor Bentley.
For.
Against.
Councillor Blackwell.
For. Sorry.
Councillor Barras-Flint.
Against.
Councillor Buckley.
Against.
Councillor Butland.
Against.
Councillor Corey.
For.
Councillor Cunningham.
Against.
Councillor Dobson. Councillor Durham. Councillor Egan. Councillor Fleming. Councillor Garnett. Councillor Goggin,
Against.
Councillor Gooding,
Abstain.
Councillor Guglielmi, Councillor Headley, Councillor Henry, Councillor Honeywood,
Against.
Councillor Hoy,
4.
Councillor Johnson,
Against.
Councillor Jowers, Councillor King,
Apologies. 4.
Councillor Land, Councillor Lissamore, Councillor Louis,
Against.
Councillor Loxton, Councillor McCrory,
4.
Councillor Massey, Councillor May,
4.
Councillor McGurran,
4.
Councillor McIver,
4.
Councillor McKinley,
Against.
Councillor McQuiggan,
Against.
Councillor Moore, Councillor Newport,
4.
Councillor Platt, Councillor Pond,
4.
Councillor Reeves, Councillor Reid,
4.
Councillor Schwer,
Against.
Councillor Scordis,
4.
Councillor Scott,
Against.
Councillor Shaw, Councillor Sheldon,
Against.
Councillor Siddle, Councillor Skeels, Councillor Smith,
4.
Councillor Souter, Councillor Spence, Councillor Stamp,
4.
Councillor Steele, Councillor Stevenson,
Against.
Councillor Steptoe, Councillor Thorogood, Councillor Vance, Councillor Wagland,
Against.
Councillor Chris Whitbread, Councillor Holly Whitbread,
Against.
and Councillor Wiles.
Which one?
It's on. 17 for, 44 against, and 2 abstentions. The motion is lost.
Chairman, councillor Pond changed his vote, so there'd be 2 abstentions and the 4s would have gone up. So it should be, I could be wrong, 18, 44 and 2.
There was another change. There was another change of voting intention. Yeah, thank you. And just in order to manage this in future, if people are calling for a named vote, could we do it with some consistency and not a sort of Mexican wave that we had this time? It's very difficult to manage that. Thank you. So, moving on to motion 2, caring for Essex residents. I call on Councillor Fleming as the proposer of the motion set out in the agenda. Please indicate at this point, but do not make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I formally move. And could I just say that I will accept the Lib Dem amendment?
Thank you. In which case, I call on Councillor McCrory. I hope I've got this right this time.
Mr. Chairman, I've conferred with the monitoring officer, and although I'm not certain I do, there's reasonable doubt in my mind that I may do, so I'm declaring a pecuniary interest by virtue of my partner's employment at a local NHS trust. She's a doctor there, and I prefer to leave the room than because of the uncertainty in my mind. I was planning on dialing in at some point this afternoon, so in case anyone tries to find me after the motion, I'm going to go and dial in for once the this motion's finished, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting us know. In which case, I call on Councillor McCrory to speak, but just propose what is now your substantive motion.
Formally proposed, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And councillor King as the seconder of the motion.
So confirm and reserve the right. Thank you.
Thank you. In which case, I call on councillor McCrory to make his opening speech now. Because your amendment has been accepted.
If you say so, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Well, hang
Yeah, on a point of order, it hasn't actually been moved yet.
Sorry.
Yeah, just go through it in the way that it's, yeah, it stays as the proposal stays the same.
Okay.
Jane's speech.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that by.
Yeah, but it's been accepted, but that doesn't mean it doesn't make him the proposer of the motion.
Okay.
We just do the voting differently.
My apologies. I've just had some clarity. Councillor Fleming, you wish to make your opening speech now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, members, the motion raises the concerning number of new burdens being placed on our social care system at a time of spiralling demand and our transition to unitary authorities, which will need very careful management. This government has followed previous governments in deferring proposals for the much needed reform of adult social care. The new Casey Commission is not expected to report its reform recommendations until the middle of next year in phase 1, with phase 2, the full implementation potentially not until 2028. This government is, however, pushing ahead with national fair pay agreements for those who work in adult social care. They are currently consulting on not the concept of, but the implementation of fair pay agreements. It is proposed that a new adult social care negotiating body on which trade unions and providers sit, but not councils, will set pay and terms and conditions for all adult social care workers. The implementation of this body and future fair pay agreements could create significant new work and require substantial new resources from councils. We all want an adult social care workforce that has minimum standards of pay, terms and conditions with good training opportunities and career progression. But even the government recognises that achieving this will come with a cost. Their own impact assessments state that an FPA is expected to lead to increased labour costs for care providers. These increased costs are likely to be passed on through higher fee rates to councils, to people who pay for their own care, and to the NHS, where it supports our services. I'm concerned about the impact on those who pay for their own care. They make up 50% of the older people care home market, but in some local authority areas, this figure is even higher. Even small increases can have a big impact on the cost of delivering care. It will inevitably mean that unmet need will increase and pressures on unpaid carers result as people choose to buy less care due to rising costs. We have experienced a 24% increase over the last 2 years in billings. 500 million will be made available to cover the first FPA in 28-29, but this will not be enough as the implementation of the uprated national living wage will cost the sector 1.85 billion. There are also concerns about the equal pay risk to councils, which could arise as the result of the creation of a different negotiating body for directly employed staff. This government is also implementing legislation relating to children's services, which brings both increased responsibilities and the requirement for significant changes, which will need to be implemented alongside the demands of LGR. The scale of these changes has the potential to directly impact our work and decrease our capacity to focus on early help. It is proposed that specific structures will be mandated at a local level, meaning that we will have to break up well-established and high-performing teams against a backdrop of existing ICB or reorganisation and LGR. While there's funding for setting up these new structures, there isn't any funding for business as usual operations, and so increased operating costs could result. The government obviously has the responsibility for setting the legislative context in which we operate, but they're not directly responsible for our services that we deliver. The cost to deliver these and have no accountability to Essex Council taxpayers or the families that we serve for the operation of these services. Also in the mix, the government is restructuring the NHS at a local level. And although the creation of the new Essex ICB is very welcome, the 50% budget cuts and the expectations of the NHS 10-year plan will directly impact all of our work. So we call on the government to halt this piecemeal approach and to commit to the integration and full funding of health and social care, inclusive of support for carers and new burdens. And we call on MPs of Essex to support us by raising these concerns in Parliament. Members, please support the motion. Thank you.
Well, thank you. After the initial confusion, I'll ask whether Councillor Johnson wishes to second the motion, whether he wishes to reserve his right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. In which case, I'll come back to you, Councillor McCrory, and apologies for the delay.
No apology required, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Well, we do thank Councillor Fleming for bringing this motion to Council and indeed for accepting the amendment. Children and adults in care must be the most important and pressing need this council and its successors will have to deal with. It's worth looking at the background to all of this, Mr. Chairman. Just remind ourselves that back in 1997, a Royal Commission was established to recommend proposals to reform the adult social care system. We have had further inquiries and numerous select committee reports, but here we are 28 years later, still waiting for a solution. It's true the DILNOT inquiry proposals came closest in 2011 and were due to be implemented in 2023, but were delayed until 2025, whereupon the Chancellor announced that we would like to do it, but tell me where the money is coming from. Unfortunately, the Treasury always fails to understand that early investment in adult social care and indeed in children's services would save the NHS millions in the longer term. Turning to the motion, I'm pleased the failure of the last as well as the current government are acknowledged by the mover in point 1. In point 2, we are concerned that the intention would be to bypass national fair pay agreements, which would not help recruitment or retention of staff, which is already a major issue for this council. We very much share the concerns expressed in point 3. Regarding point 4, whilst the principle of one ICB for Essex is welcome, the 50% cut in funding and the wholesale upheaval that will cause in the NHS all at the same time for this council's LGR is not exactly helpful or sensible for local councils. For us, the one issue with the motion is we believe it does not quite go far enough by drawing attention to the real crisis facing children's and adult social care in this country. Therefore, we propose these additional words in our amendment, which we believe strengthens the motion by underlining the enormity of the challenges facing us all. If the government doesn't act, there will be a complete breakdown at enormous cost to the population and country alike. I urge support for the amendment and once again, thank the mover for accepting it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor McCrory, and I presume also, Councillor King, that you're seconding the amendment. And do you wish to speak now or later?
Later, thank you.
Thank you. In which case I'll open the debate. I understand this motion falls within the portfolio of Councillor Spence, who will have 5 minutes. Every other speaker will have 3 minutes. Councillor McGarren, I call on you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it's another full council, so inevitably another motion pointlessly kicking the government. I have to say I'm slightly surprised at Councillor Fleming moving this motion, although I do realise she may be discombobulated at the moment by Liverpool Football Club's appalling form and the fact that the People's Club are now above them in the Premiership, rightly challenging for a European place back where we belong. Anyway, I digress. We've had 14 years of Conservative inaction, and finally we've got a government grasping the nettle. Yes, the government's taking a little bit of time to get it right, but it's really important to get it right. Let's look at what is actually happening or about to happen. The government will be transforming adult social care by establishing a national care service, integrating health and social care, and improving workforce conditions, primarily through a fair pay agreement, training and banning exploitative zero-hours contracts, and shifting care into the communities. What's not to like about that? The fair pay agreement mandates fair pay and conditions, including minimum pay of at least £12. Again, what's not to like? What we know, one of the problems with the care system is people leaving the care system because the pay and conditions are so atrocious. We are addressing that. The national training standards have been needed for donkey's years. Again, finally about to be addressed. And we're improving integration between health and social care systems, which we all know is absolutely essential. What will all of this achieve? It will address the severe staff shortages that dog the sector, as I've already said. It'll keep people out of hospitals and living independently longer, which I know Councillor Spence is very passionate about. So it should be applauded and not denigrated. So just to return to a football analogy, if you'll bear with me here, Mr. Chairman. The Conservatives over there are a bit like Mo Salah at the moment. His legs have gone, his best years are behind him, and he's throwing the toys out of the pram because he's not getting his own way. Be a bit more Jack Grealish and a bit less Mo Salah.
Well, thank you, Councillor McGarren. I'm not sure that's necessarily relevant to the debate, but thank you. Councillor Bowers-Flint.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise to speak in support of this motion in my role as Deputy Cabinet Member for Children's Services. Today, I want to focus on one of the most pressing challenges we face, the new legislation relating to children's services. This is not just another policy change, it represents a significant shift in responsibility for local authorities, and it comes at a time when demand is already rising and resources are stretched. The intent behind these reforms is clear: to improve outcomes for children and families, and that is something we all support. But let's be honest, the scale and pace of these changes, combined with existing pressures, create real risks. We are being asked to implement major structural changes while continue to deliver high quality care every single day. That is a huge undertaking. We know what good looks like: services that are child-centred, that keep families together wherever possible, and that intervene early to prevent harm. But legislation alone does not make this happen. It requires investment, workforce capacity, and time to embed new ways of working. Without these, we risk creating a system that promises more than it can deliver. Essex has always been ambitious for its children. We want every child in this county to grow up safe, supported, and with the best possible start in life. To achieve that, we need a joined-up approach: education, health, social care, and community partners working together and not in silos. We need frameworks that recognise the complexity of real lives, not just compliance with statutory duties. Our social workers are experts in holding risk at home, in the community, working with families who face complex challenges to become more resilient now and in the future. but legislation introduced in a piecemeal way, which risks how we operate, puts more children at risk and does not achieve what we want for our children and young people. Members in the chamber are well aware of the escalating costs for residential care, costs that have been exacerbated by regulation which did not consider the unintended consequences in the care market. And to date, government has not done enough to fix what is a broken market. So today I call on government to match its expectations with the resources and flexibility that we need. Stop the piecemeal approach, give us the tools to do the job properly. And I ask our MPs to raise their concerns, in Parliament, because this is not about bureaucracy, it's about all our children's futures from the county. If we get this right, we can build a system that is not only legally compliant, but generally transformative, a system that listens, learns, and puts children at the heart of everything we do. That is the vision we all should be working towards.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes-Flint. Councillor Spence, call on you now. You have 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we accepted the amendment in order that we could focus this discussion on the key issue. It is not about the pros and cons of particular measures. Many of them I too would support, Councillor McGurran. It is about the totality of a huge agenda while we are coping with all the complexities and volumes of demand that we are seeing that is in danger of making this mission impossible. We've talked about local government reform. We welcome it. But let's not underestimate just how critical it will be, particularly hard it will be to ensure smooth migration. We welcome the creation of an integrated care board for Greater Essex, absolutely. But with every single post in those organisations now at risk and all the new relationships that are going to have to be formed, the workforce of achieving coterminosity from greater county to neighbourhood level, which I will say to this chamber is absolutely critical, will be difficult. 2 weeks ago, I went to the National Social Care Conference in Bournemouth. I listened to the head of Ofsted set out in detail all the changes that they wish to make in their relationship with local government. I listened to Minister Stephen Kinnock set out all the changes he wishes to see, sweeping changes, the creation of regulated and mandatory statutory regional cooperatives. Yes, the Fair Pay Agreement, that was a small piece of his agenda. He's much more into a wide range of different reforms to come down. And then I listened to Minister Josh McAllister, the Children's Minister, setting out just how radically the changes in the legislation coming through Parliament are in terms of the way our operations have to go. With very different approaches to Family First, again, to be welcomed, but to be managed one on another and another in some sort of great pile of unrelated pieces. The cancellation of the A12 widening comes to mind. It got done without any thought about the impact on housing applications. The late cancellation of the mayoralty elections, another late piece of fragmented work from a government which, as many on their own side would recognise, lacks direction. Mr. Chairman, I'm reminded of the generation game. You and I are old enough to remember where families were given things to do on a Saturday night. And one of the favourite challenges was spinning plates. How many plates could you keep spinning at the one time? Mr. Chairman, I reckon I'm into up over 20 plates. What we are having to do, as Councillor Bowes-Flint and Fleming have both pointed out, is onerous of itself. But the great danger is we simply get to the point where those plates cannot be kept spinning. And to go back to your analogy, Councillor McGurran, we have no option but to score an own goal. Our wonderful officers are utterly dedicated to ensuring a smooth transition of social care in all its forms into the new unitary councils, without a single resident's case falling through the cracks. Please let us make them possible to achieve that task. And thus we do call on the MPs of Essex to join with us. Don't create mission impossible. Help us to achieve what is best for the residents. Please stop this unconnected, disconnected avalanche of change. Please, ministers, talk to each other. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Spence. I now call on Councillor King. to speak for the amendment. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My thanks also to Councillor Fleming for being gracious enough to accept without the usual resistance a change to the motion. It was written as I would hope it to be written, in balance, acknowledgement of the past and a recognition of the present. From our perspective, it's plain. Headlines are the easier part of government. And if you look at the government website, who would disagree with new reforms, an independent commission, transformation of social care? We're in that space in terms of what the intention should be. We're in the space too, we all should be, when you look at individual parts of the packages set out, to recognise things that do need correction, that we can join behind and should support. From fair pay to technology in homes and doing what can be done to keep people in safety and in appropriate comfort in those homes as long as is possible. Moving with the times and using the best of technology, deploying resources well. All of this should be shared ground and supported across the chamber. But simply put, as we've seen from the last government, and we are seeing on a range of issues from the current, the easy thing is policy and promise. The tougher thing, because of the shortfall on both, without the appropriate resources and connectivity, to which has been a reference made by several, the harder thing is the delivery. For all of those reasons, we support the motion as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Johnson, I want you to sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Essex, like every upper tier authority in the country, is living through a period of unprecedented challenge in social care. Demand is rising, complexity is rising, and expectations on councils are rising from users, families, and partners. Any council would find that difficult, but in Essex, because of our size, our geography, and the planning required as we move towards the new unitary arrangements, that burden is heavier still. Our officers and frontline teams are doing remarkable work in exceptionally difficult circumstances. They deserve clarity, stability, and a policy environment that enables them to succeed. This motion is a recognition that across all parties, councils are being asked to absorb a growing list of new burdens, while the structural reforms that should accompany them are being pushed further and further into the future. Adult social care has been waiting for a sustainable long-term funding settlement for well over a decade. Every government has wrestled with the issue, but deferring implementation yet again passes more pressure to councils and ultimately to residents who need their support now. We see the same pattern in the consultation on the national fair pay arrangements. I support fair pay for care workers. They deserve our respect, security, and recognition. But the questions councils face is one of delivery. A national agreement that removes local flexibility without a clear funding model or transition plans is not devolution. It is a central diktat with localised risk. Children's services are also under strain. The new legislation creates additional duties at the very moment we're implementing reforms to early help, family support and safeguarding. These are not optional extras. They're statutory responsibilities that must be delivered safely and consistently. Mr. Chairman, Essex is a well-run council. We innovate, we plan, and we work constructively with ministers and MPs regardless of the politics. But no council, however effective, can deliver everything asked of it if the balance between national ambition and local capacity is not properly aligned. The motion is therefore simply measured and proportionate. It asks the government to halt its piecemeal approach, to stop loading councils with new duties while deferring the reforms that make those duties deliverable. And it asks our MPs to work with us to ensure these concerns are raised in Parliament. It's a call for coherence, it's a call for partnership, and above all, it's a call for honesty from the government about what can be delivered without a clear, fully funded plan. And to Councillor McGurran, with respect, residents don't want or need history lessons. They want solutions. This motion doesn't exclude governments of any colour, be they Conservative, Coalition or Labour. It recognises that when Whitehall kicks reform down the road under any party, it leaves councils carrying the burden. Essex is asking for partnership now, not blame for yesteryear. Members, social care touches every community, every family, every one of us, but we cannot build stability in Essex if the national landscape continues to remain uncertain. I commend the motion to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. We now come to the debate, and as the proposer of the original motion has suggested that the amendment will be accepted, we'll take just one vote on the amended motion. So I ask for those in favour, please, to identify. Thank you, members. I think that the substantive motion is carried. Thank you. Sorry, those against, sorry, I didn't carry, those against? And any abstentions? That doesn't alter what I said. So thank you, members. Thank you. Moving on then, we come to motion 3, ensuring continuity of local road safety and improvement schemes during local government reorganisation. I call on Councillor Thorogood as proposer of this motion to move the motion as set out in the agenda, but not to make your speech at this point.
I so move, Chairman.
Thank you. And Councillor Pond, you are the second of the motion. Please confirm and indicate whether you wish to speak now or later.
Seconded formally, and I'll speak first.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thorogood, I call upon you to make your speech now. And you have 5 minutes to do so.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Council members. Local government reorganisation was always going to be a complex undertaking for Essex, but events in recent days have made the landscape even more uncertain. We now know that the devolution process and the associated mayoral election, originally expected in May 2026, has been pushed back to 2028. That delay inevitably casts uncertainty over the entire timetable for LGR. In other words, the transitional period we thought would be relatively short, or could be relatively short, may now extend for several more years. And that brings us directly to the issue at the heart of this motion. During this extended period of transition, our local highways panels, which have long provided a practical route for members to raise and prioritise local road safety concerns, are being wound down. But with the panels closing and the new governance arrangement still some distance away, there is now a gaping hole. At present, there is no operative mechanism, or at least a consistent mechanism, through which members can submit new small-scale safety schemes or minor improvement proposals on behalf of their communities. Yet the concerns keep coming in. Residents are reporting speeding, unsafe junctions, lack of crossings as traffic increases, and poor signage, the everyday hazards that need timely intervention. And they expect quite reasonably that their council has a way of responding. Just in recent weeks, I had a resident in Kelvedon who would like a drop curb outside his mother's bungalow. There's a row of bungalows there where many of them use mobility scooters, but they've actually put in a temporary curb, a drop curb themselves. But there's no way of delivering that, and it's a relatively cheap thing to do. The deputy head at Fearing School contacted me this week to say about poor signage outside the school, as the Coggeshall Road is being used more and more as a rat run, and a child was nearly hit last week. And then there's more complex issues, such as Bulford Lane in Cressing, where this has come up at the Braintree Local Highways panel many times, where the residents there are trying to stop rat running, but they've basically been told they've got to come back in 2028 when there's a new unitary authority because it's too complicated. I just don't think that's good enough. The risk we face is that because of the devolution delay and the extended timeline for LGR, this gap could now last years. Without action, essential safety schemes will be stalled indefinitely. That is not acceptable for us as elected members, and it is certainly not acceptable for our residents. The motion before you is not about preempting the outcome of LGR or locking future structures into place. It is a simple practical request: either establish an interim mechanism, a temporary democratic process to keep local safety and improvement work moving until the new arrangements are finally implemented, or reinstate the LHP process as before. This is not about politics. It is about continuity, public safety, and maintaining trust during a period where the ground beneath local government is shifting more slowly and more unpredictably than originally planned. By supporting this motion, we send a clear message to our residents that despite the delays to devolution and despite uncertainty around LGR, we will not sit back and allow vital safety improvements to stall, and we are committed to acting responsibly, transparently, and proactively on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thorogood. I'll now ask individual members to speak. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak to the motion. I understand that this motion covers the portfolio of Councillor Cunningham, and he will have 5 minutes to speak at the end. Sorry, did you say that you want? I thought you deferred to your right. My apologies.
Chairman, I generally speak second, and that's what I indicated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This is, I think, a matter of, as has been said, continuity of public effort during a difficult position of transition. And to be honest, I don't mind how the transition is done, but I think there needs to be a plan of continuity, and I would call upon the Cabinet member to present proposals in due course for this to be done. I think that an Essex resident who was alive at the time of the first meeting of the County Council, at least by the first annual meeting of the County Council in the 1890s, is to blame for all this. And that is one Frederick Bremner, who was in the process of designing and executing the first British-made motor car. I want to refer particularly to a safety feature that we have desired and which I have proposed and has been widely supported concerning the A1168 Rectory Lane in Loughton. Now, when Bremer was designing his car, the most fastest, I think, traffic on the A1168, which was then one of the very early trackways in Loughton, was done by an ox cart. No matter, there might have been a contraflow ox cart lane. But since the A1168 now connects a motorway, the M11, and another motorway, the M25, it has become perilous to cross. And I certainly proposed 5 years ago, with general support, that there should be a zebra crossing on the A1168. That was dealt with by the local highways panel, and it was referred up to the much lamented chairman's panel, which rest in peace. But I think we have got to provide a process by which worthy and much well-supported schemes do get some sort of continuity beyond the date of 2028, when the unitary authorities will take over. We shouldn't bind their hands, obviously, but we need a means for continuing the schemes which we have initiated and which have had a kiss of death by LGR. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pond. Now move on to individual members. Councillor McGarren, you have 3 minutes.
It's okay. I've run out of football analogies. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor McGowan. In which case I'll move on to councillor Loxton.
Thank you, Chair. Back in September, members of the Chelmsford Local Highways Panel were told that a new scheme was on the way for safety-related highway projects. I was so excited that at the last full council meeting, I asked Councillor Cunningham when this scheme would be announced. He told us that the details were just being worked out. The announcement would come very shortly. Councillor Loxton, he said, should just have a little more patience. It's on its way. Now, I must admit, patience is probably not my strongest virtue. So to manage my own expectations, I emailed Councillor Cunningham in November to ask him whether he expected to make an announcement before the next full council, before this meeting. But I got no reply. To be fair to Councillor Cunningham, that is unusual. In the short time that I've been here since getting elected last May, he has replied to all my other emails. Not always with the answer I wanted, but he has always replied. I hoped that the announcement would somehow come today. Maybe there's still hope. Maybe not. I want to be hopeful on this subject. I want to have some hope to share with the residents here in central Chelmsford, where a pensioner was knocked down on a crossing last Friday. At a junction that many drivers just don't seem to understand, at a crossing where cars frequently fail to stop. It isn't the only hazardous point in my division, and I'm sure everybody in this chamber can think of an example in their own area. There are places where some intervention, maybe speed bumps, a built out pavement, or just better signs could make an area safer. As councillors, we all spend a lot of time explaining to residents we're doing what we can to get pavements and potholes fixed. And some of them, we really get that this is going to take a while. But what they don't get is any absence of urgency when it comes to changes that make their roads safer. They want and expect action to do that. So the Liberal Democrats will support this motion today. Our only argument with it really is the generosity of giving the Conservatives until next February, or in reality probably next May, because of the budget motion, to sort out something which the Cabinet member said was imminent a couple of months ago. The council tells us of the work they do to keep vulnerable people in Essex, young and old, safe. And that is entirely fair, because that is vital work and we should all champion it as we did so earlier today. But keeping people safe on our roads matters too. And we need the commitments called for in this motion to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Loxton. Councillor Newpold. No. Thank you. Councillor Corey.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be fairly short. I fully support this motion. I think it's sensible and highly important for resident safety. I have been frustrated with one particular area in my division where it was identified to need funding to be improved for safety, but that funding included a sign and trimming back some hedges, and that was about it. Those hedges have regrown, funny enough, and the sign has been knocked down. So I asked for support, and when I get the emails from the Safer Essex Partnership talking about the zero road death strategy, etc., and regular updates about the great work across Essex, I asked them for help. They said that's not their job. Go back to the Highways Panel and speak to them. So it is really difficult to get through schemes that I'm just asking for one particular place in my division. I'm not asking for 24 different sites. And that particular place has had multiple accidents. It continues to have multiple accidents. And that is along the Brightlingsea Road, where it meets with Elmstead Road. So I will bring that up with the portfolio holder because the highways panels are unable to take further new programmes. So we do need this motion, and we do need a proper response from the portfolio holder, the cabinet member. I hope he can back resident safety, and we can aim for zero road deaths, and we can get schemes like mine in my division actioned. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Corey. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge all members to vote against this motion because the road to hell is paved with good intent. If you want a scheme to stop any real meaningful road safety improvements, and I speak as a member who's been here since May 2013, it is the local highways panel. When residents approach you and say this speed limit outside a school or a totally unsuitable speed along a section of highway needs to be reduced, we make a request for a speed test. Now that's more rigged than some of these Democrat states in America when Trump's on the ballot paper, because they do the test for 7 days and the top 15% are just disregarded, taken away. Well, you don't need top 15% of traffic to run one child over. You just need one moron speeding to hit someone. And when you don't get that under 35 mile an hour average, the local highways panel's bureaucracy goes, scheme's dead, request is dead. Doesn't matter if a kid gets run over, bureaucracy first. Red tape is sovereign. Well, the whole point for me and my constituents about local government reform is that the local council is in control. When you look at unitaries, such as our neighbours in Thurrock and Southend and the London boroughs, if residents and their local councillors petition for a road safety scheme outside a school, they don't say, well, bureaucracy first. We're going to doctor the results, so you can't have speed bumps, you can't have a proper 20 mile an hour zone, you can't have nothing, because bureaucracy is king. Doesn't matter if the bureaucracy fills up a cemetery, helps grave diggers pay off their mortgages, it is the bureaucracy. The moment Basildon and the other councils are free of the local highways panel with local government reform, that will be a day that can't come quick enough. And one other point about our bureaucracy. In my division, Vans Primary School desperately needs a traffic light controlled pedestrian crossing. At the moment, we still have a lollipop lady, great, or a lollipop gentleman, and the residents want a proper traffic light controlled crossing. There is going to be a new development behind the school of several 100,000. Essex Highways didn't consult me, didn't consult my borough colleagues. They just went, apart from this and apart from that, we've got no problems. So when it comes to the planning department at Basildon Council to be decided by councillors, if I get up and say that school needs a crossing, there's a petition from residents for crossings. Residents can turn up. I say, because Essex Highways didn't say the developer should pay a 106 agreement payment to pay for that crossing, the developer dodges that bullet. So then it comes to the taxpayer eventually to install that crossing. So please, just for common sense, let's just get rid of this red tape and bureaucracy and get rid of these LHPs ASAP. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I haven't had anybody else indicate, so I'll call on Councillor Cunningham. You have 5 minutes.
Sorry, Councillor
My apologies. I've just noticed Councillor Aspinall. I didn't see you before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's getting to be a habit following Kerry. I agree with most of what he has said, actually. It is an awful state of affairs when you have planning applications, when you rely on highways information coming forward that could help you make a decision. And the vast majority of times there is no objection. And then you find out that the 106 agreement has been agreed with officers to spend £1 million at the local railway station or in doing up Brentwood High Street, which is our responsibility anyway. But the local residents are not getting a fair deal. But on the LHPs, we must have some sort of security of tenure going forward. There has to be something better than what we've currently got. I was contacted by my local highways panel officer to say that I had £30,000 left to spend this year. What could I spend it on? Several things that I asked for, none of them would come into that category of being allowed to be spent, because these things have to be and all this has to be put in the cost of rolling out something that could save lives, could help prevent accidents, but were prevented from that because of the amount of bureaucracy and red tape that's involved, the planning stage. But quite honestly, you can't take away from the residents of Essex something that you introduced at great fanfare several years ago. Remember the LHP when it first started in Brentwood, we had hundreds of thousands of pounds to deliver to the residents' benefit. It's been reduced and whittled down year upon year. And I was delaying getting up to speak because I did think that one of my colleagues would speak from Brentwood, as there was a petition presented at the beginning of this council, Chair, by Councillor Wilds. And that was a very important petition following a very nasty accident in a place where there has been several of those. One many years ago, unfortunately, was a member of my own family. So I do know that this place is a constant worry to local residents, and I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very grateful for the motion being put forward. We won't be supporting the motion because we'll actually be identifying how we're going to deal with some of those issues raised by my member colleagues. First of all, can I just start by responding to Councillor Aspinall? Is of course the borough authority's role to negotiate on Section 106 Section 106 arrangements. As it is, we are active participants, and pedestrian crossings can be negotiated by planning officers at borough level. And with developers, that's perfectly acceptable and perfectly normal. I would just like to remind colleagues, we had an all members briefing regarding the highways role in the planning process last week. It was reasonably well attended, not brilliantly well attended. The recording is there, some festive viewing if colleagues want to enjoy after they've listened to the King on Christmas Day. But the serious point here is that we totally appreciate the concerns raised, and I have listened to members' requests. I'm pleased to tell you that I have allocated a small amount of existing 25-26 revenue budget to help clear the backlog of speed surveys for a start. I've asked officers to carry out the outstanding list of speed surveys, and they will let me know the results once they are complete. Of course, in addition, parish and town councils are able to fund speed surveys themselves. As I mentioned before, I asked the LHPs to assign a full £6 million budget over this year and next. These schemes will continue to deliver improvements in our local communities. While the vast majority of LHPs have a full programme of work agreed, there are LHPs with unallocated sums. New applications to the LHPs with unallocated sums can be processed, provided they are deliverable within the remaining period, have limited design requirements, and there is budget. The LHPs have kept their member control and direction, but we were clear in the refresh that it was the job of the LHPs to get things done and ensure schemes did not end up on spreadsheets with no hope of funding or delivery. That remains the objective. But I do recognise now that there will be requests for further highway improvements that are made to us all. And I thank Councillor Loxton for his patience, and sincere apologies for not responding. I thought I had sent another holding response, so I do apologise to him for that. But I'm delighted to announce that, subject to next year's budget approval, there will be a capital fund that will help us deliver low-level, simple, straightforward safety and related improvements such as signing, lining, guardrailing, minor footway improvements. I hope to tell you more around February once the budget has agreed, and I look forward to presenting to the place scrutiny if they wish to scrutinise the proposals. The process will be for members to put forward schemes. They will be independently assessed by engineers and will be delivered through directly commissioned orders from service to ensure maximum value and swift delivery. I must just add a word of caution: there'll only be a finite budget, of course. It will be in my intention to ensure that this is rolled out in 26-27 with provision for extra funding in 27-28 and the end of the local highways panel period. This will mean a mechanism for council to deliver such schemes in its final year. This will be the first year of a new highways arrangement, and giving the new successor authorities time to consider how they would like to approach these requirements post-vesting in early 2028. Once the future is clear, it will be our intention to continue to discuss with partners the issues associated with this component of the highway service. We look forward to that immensely and we'll be keen to do that as soon as practically possible. I thank members again for the motion. And whilst cannot support as worded, I hope colleagues will take some comfort in the proposed actions and that we are preparing ourselves well for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Which brings us to the end of the debate. So we now put the motion to the vote. Could I ask for all those for the motion to indicate, please? Those against? Any abstentions? I think the motion is lost. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to suggest that we break for some lunch now. We've got, as you know, we're all invited to the fire for a little bit of Christmas repast. Hopefully, I'm going to suggest we come back at, say, 1:45, if that's acceptable.
It's surprising there, obviously.
Apologies, I wasn't turned on. Good afternoon and welcome back to everybody. Just got a few things to get through this afternoon, so hopefully we can get through that and all get on our way fairly quickly. First item on the list is council issues. Council issues in the next term was within your agenda pack, and it is to receive a report from the leader of the council of those issues. The issues for consideration today are constitutional change, additional meeting date hold. The recommendations within the report are to be found on pages 18 and 19 and are to be moved by Councillor Bentley and seconded by Councillor McKinley. Councillor Bentley, do you move the recommendations?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor McKinley.
Seconded, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I've no other speakers who've indicated in advance. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Any anybody wishing? No, can't see anybody. Members, please indicate your acceptance of the motion. Thank you. Cabinet issues. Cabinet issues are to be found on page 20 of the agenda pack, and it's to receive the report from the leader of the council of the minutes of the cabinet meetings held in October and November. The recommendations are to be moved by Councillor Bentley and seconded by Councillor McKinley. Councillor Bentley.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor McKinley.
Seconded, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do any members wish to speak? I feel like the warm-up artist here. Okay, so we move on to oral questions of the leader and cabinet members, chairman of a committee or representative of the Essex Police Fire and Crime Panel. Please can I ask you to clearly indicate your intention to speak at an oral question and keep your arm raised until we have indicated that we've seen you. Please raise your hand now. I have to say, this under the Constitution, we have a maximum of 20 minutes for this. The list of people on who've already registered probably will take us up to or slightly over that. So I will be keeping an eye on the time. And if anybody indicates who's not on the list, then if we've run out of time, I will be excluding them. Just in the spirit of good cheer for Christmas. So thank you. I've got Councillor McGarren who's indicated he wants to ask a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hardly need to remind the leader that all councillors are expected to provide an accurate and up-to-date register of interests, and to fail to do so constitutes a criminal offence that can be punished with a fine of up to £5,000 and disqualification from holding office as councillor for up to 5 years. So will the leader ensure that appropriate action is taken against the councillor who has knowingly provided inaccurate information in his register of interest and failed to update them? They were inaccurate when they were last updated in August 2025, and they are even more inaccurate now. Under the section for employment, trade, profession, Jamie McIver lists Capital Flowers, a company that was struck off in April 2022, Ava Grace Coffee Shop, which met a similar fate, and Virgin Atlantic. McIver left Virgin, I'll put it politely, under something of a cloud. On the section which covers ownership or rental land, he lists 128 High Street, Ongar, the rent of a shop. As I've already explained, the business he was running from this address went out of business some time ago. So can the leader give an undertaking that these serious breaches of the code will be investigated as a matter of urgency, or will Essex County Council continue its policy of one rule for McIver and another for the rest of us?
Well, thank you for raising the points. Certainly, it's a matter that the monitoring officer will investigate, and he has heard those comments made, and I'm sure he will look into those. It's a time reminder that we should be updating our members' interests at all times. They do change from time to time, and remembering where we have lists of interests, because there can be multiple organisations, but so that has been heard.
Thank you, Councillor Bentley. Councillor Sheldon, to the Cabinet Member for Housing, Planning and Regeneration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise, it is almost Christmas, Mr. Chairman, so I'm rising to ask for a bit of a Christmas present from Councillor Scott regarding the Castle Point draft new local plan. And it's a shame that the two members of the independent ruling party of Castle Point are not here to hear this question because it's an important one. Mr. Chairman, beginning soon, north of the A127 is the construction of a solar farm north of Castle Point. And that has required, necessitated, with agreement from Rochford Council, I understand, access onto the A127 granted by Essex County Council. I understand up until now, if you were to listen to Castle Point Borough Council, that kind of access would be impossible. Mr. Chairman, it seems that Castle Point Borough Council do not understand there is an exception to the policy about access onto the A127. And I rise to ask the Cabinet Member for Planning, number one, if Castle Point Borough Council at all ask for that exception to be considered during their Regulation 18 and indeed 19 consultation for the new local plan. And secondly, will he sit down and explain to them exactly the criteria of that exception and how they can explore it going forward? Many thanks.
Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'll resist the fact, Councillor Sheldon, of going ho, ho, ho for Christmas. First off, Castle Point obviously can put into their local plan whatever it is they wish to do so. Essex County Council has to respond to that, and if I can give my colleague and the assurance that firstly, yes, I will be speaking to Castle Point on it. Secondly, I will ask for that to be looked into, the points he has raised as to why it's okay for permission in one place but not in another. I will make sure that's looked into straight away. And also, as I put in the CMA to the Castle Point plan, of course, this can be revisited under the new devolved authority, which I hasten to add will be coming in May, regrettably at this moment without a mayor, but also will come under the mayor as well. So that will be taken forward. So I think the answer is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor McIver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, Mr. Chairman, may I just take this opportunity to put on record my thanks to little Johnny from Hyonga for designing my Christmas card this year. And I have two questions. One is for, I believe this would be the Cabinet Member for Children's Services or Highways Transport. The spiralling demand is out of control for children's social care, particularly when it comes to home to school transport. What is this council's plan to mitigate this demand and, of course, the burden that it is having on our council's finances?
Yes, please answer the question.
Chairman, thank you. With your permission, the policy comes under me, but obviously myself and Councillor Cunningham work closely to see he does the procurement and holds the budget. Councillor Guyver raises a very serious issue. He asked what measures on mitigation on home to school transport. The mitigation we already have in place because we are at the statutory levels for home to school transport, and particularly with children with special educational needs. And that need is growing. So for him to ask what mitigation, I'm afraid we are dealing with something that is growing through the need and demand of parents that we have more and more children representing with special educational needs. Just interesting, we're waiting for the government to come out with their white paper on SEND. We're very much hoping, although unfortunately delayed, because we were expecting it before Christmas, now it's looking like in the new year. But again, we're hoping there'll be some moves on home school transport as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. And
Thank you for your answer. My second question is for the Deputy Leader, if I may. I welcome the fact that you are outraged about the cancellation of elections, and you have my full support in ensuring that these elections go ahead for mayoralty and, of course, our local council. In January this year, of course, your group voted against having elections. I appreciate that you weren't here. If you would have been here, would you have voted for the elections to go ahead?
Councillor McKinley.
I'm not sure that has anything to do with my portfolio, and I think we need to be very careful we're not muddying different roles. What I would say is that I think this chamber, everybody would agree with me that to have questions around cancelling of elections from somebody who has chosen to join another party whilst he has been elected as a Conservative and has failed to put himself up in front of the electorate in Ongar despite repeated calls to do so. And I would also refer members to the fact that when we all stood here, and you may remember that when we had to discuss what was happening with our members' allowances, there was somebody who was very vociferous and who actually voted against it. You may like to check the records because that individual has since been claiming the full increase.
Thank you, Councillor McKinley. Councillor Newpold, who's not here. In which case I'll move on. Councillor Goggin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My question is to the Cabinet Member for the Arts, Heritage and Culture. So, Councillor Durham, I've seen on social media that a new film has been filmed in Epping. Apparently, someone called Daniel Craig and someone called Glenn Close are in it. And I understand that Essex County Council Film Office is shown on the credits. You'll not be surprised to understand that in my Brightlingsea division, there are several buildings and venues that would make ideal solutions for filming. Amongst the fact that we've got one of the longest coasts in the country, that we've got a sailing and maritime heritage history, and we're the only sink port north of the Thames. So my question is, can I ask the Cabinet Member how these venues can be promoted to film and television companies as soon as possible? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Goggin. Yes, you were right. The Essex Film Office was very unusual for a film office to be put on the credits of a cinema release. It was filmed in Epping. It was filmed in Epping Forest, and the estimate is that that will bring in £1.3 million of economic benefit just to Epping alone. The Film Office just this year has handled 370 inquiries for filming and continues to deliver year after year. The way that your venues get mentioned, Councillor Goggin, is to go onto the Essex Film Office website, essexfilmoffice.co.uk, and at the bottom you'll see a button where you can register your venue, and we'd be very happy to have sunny Brightlingsea featured on the television and film in the very near future. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Durham. Next, I've got Councillor Loxton, who wants to ask a question of the Cabinet Member for Highways and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chairman. As I mentioned in the debate earlier, there was an accident in central Chelmsford 10 days ago where a pensioner was knocked down the zebra crossing in Malsham Street. The crossing is the junction of Queen Street and St John's Road, and it's one that causes a huge amount of anxiety to local residents over its safety. The roads here are very busy at peak times. Close by we have the college and many schools and nurseries. It's obvious if you stand and watch the traffic there that many drivers simply don't understand how the junction is supposed to work, and this creates a dangerous situation. Since the accident, I've submitted several maintenance requests to Essex Highways to repaint lines and cut back vegetation that obscure signs and the beacon. I've also asked for professional advice from Essex Highways on what could be done, funds allowing, to improve the junction and safety at this crossing. On behalf of local residents, I ask that the Cabinet Member for Highways ensures that due priority is given to improving this area to make it safer for pedestrians and road users.
Can I thank him for his question? I was very sorry to hear about the accident. As you appreciate, we have to compile all evidence relating to the accident and assess it through that evidence, but we'll certainly look into it. We will certainly prioritise response, and if necessary, very happy to join him on a site visit so I can see for myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Shaw, to the Deputy Leader of the Cabinet and Cabinet Member for Communities, Economic Growth and Prosperity. Sorry. I'm sorry, that question's been withdrawn. I hadn't realised that. Councillor McCrory to the Cabinet Member for Highways and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I thank Councillor Cunningham for the reply I had last night to a question that I was going to raise today regarding a petition that was delivered in July Council. So thank you. I've had that reply now. But my other question was regarding the White Hart Lane traffic calming measures, which I first raised back in July 24. He asked me to send a copy of the Section 106 agreement, which I did, which I understand. Well, I've seen two versions. One says it runs out in January 26, and another one which says it runs out a bit later on. But I'm really concerned that time is running out for this work to be done while the Section 106 agreement is still there. It's many thousands, tens of thousands of pounds is sitting there waiting to be spent. And the traffic problems with heavy lorries using White Hart Lane still exist. And I mean, this has been going on for such a long time. I was promised monthly updates. They've never happened. And could he please get the officers to expedite some communication with myself to find out just what is happening, because the residents who back onto White Hart Lane are getting very frustrated, especially the ones who happen to be retired highways engineers who know all about Section 106 agreements and just can't understand why this work has not been carried out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCrory. There's clearly a blockage in the service. We will look into that blockage. I'm very sorry that he hasn't had the responses. I'm very sorry for his residents too. I can give him a guarantee he will get a comprehensive update well in advance of the festive break, and apologies again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor McCrory, you have a second question.
I did mention that Councillor Cunningham gave me a reply last night to that one.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Councillor Land, the Cabinet Member for Housing, Planning and Regeneration.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Housing, Planning and Regeneration, and wondered if he could give us a brief update on the tendering Colchester Garden Community Project, and in particular reference to the phase 2 of the road network.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Land, for this question. I'm pleased to report that the grant-funded public transport infrastructure works are now completing in Colchester, ahead of new homes being built. The future Colchester rapid transit system will provide a fast and affordable way to move around the city, linking up key destinations such as the city centre, hospital, mainline railway station, and of course the new garden community. These works have been completed on time and within budget. Similarly, the first phase of a new A1331 link road is progressing well, as construction is now away from the A133 and thereby causing much less disruption to road users. In respect to phase 2 of the link, which will connect the A120, I can report that we're in advanced talks with Home England to secure additional grant funding, with an answer to our funding requests expected early in the new year. Contractual arrangements will follow, and entering these will be subject to the usual ECC governance. We all want to see this link road completed as soon as possible and the building on track completely. Alongside the grant funding we are working to secure, we expect Latimer, the master developer of the garden community, to make a large contribution to the overall cost of the A1331 link road, as is set out in the planning policy that was adopted by the local planning authorities earlier this year. Finally, alongside our efforts to secure funding for phase 2, we expect the planning application for the garden community to be submitted by Latimer any day now. This scheme, I believe, is vital. The homes are needed, and working together across all parties, we are going to bring this to fruition. And I'd like to, particularly, if I may, Chairman, record my thanks to both Councillor King and Councillor Giuliani. Thank you. And Councillor Wagland. Sorry, Leslie.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. The next question I've got is from Councillor Barber, who's online at the moment, and it's a question to the Deputy Leader.
Hello, thanks for letting me dial in. In speaking with local hospitality businesses, Many have expressed serious concern about their future in light of rising operating costs. Could the Deputy Leader, who also serves as the Cabinet Member for Communities and Economic Growth, comment on this and explain what support can be given to them, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Barber, for the question. It's a situation which I think many of us are seeing across our communities. Hospitality is a key sector within the Essex economy. Indeed, it's home to some 73,000 jobs. That employs just under 10% of the Essex workforce. It's also, of course, the sector in which most young people get their first experience of work, whether that's washing dishes, pulling pints, waiting tables. And beyond that economic value, hospitality businesses are at the heart of our communities. From the family-run cafes to the local pubs, they provide vital social spaces for people to come together. Places like Bonnie's, an award-winning cafe in Hutton in my own division, they have not only do some fantastic local community events, but also make fantastic cakes too. So if you're in the area, I'd strongly suggest you pay them a visit. But there's no denying that life has become so much harder for them under this Labour government. Energy costs are up. The budget, both last year and this year, have pushed their costs up higher. National minimum wage, national insurance contributions, the reduced business rate relief, all of which heap further pressures on an already stretched small business sector. Businesses are reporting that customers are cutting back on their purchases, skipping desserts, not having coffee. And the proposed introduction of a tourism tax would make matters even worse, adding yet another cost at a time when Visit England tells us that overnight stays are down by 7%. Indeed, it's only the Conservatives who are opposing this tax. And at a recent LGA meeting that I was at, it was only Conservative representatives that voted against having the power to introduce it. We need to be talking up our hospitality sector. We need to be supporting them, giving them the confidence that they need and using our positions to raise their visibility. If we want our high streets and our town centres to thrive and flourish, and if we want our family businesses to do well, then we need to be backing them. But that also means we've got to focus on cutting their costs, not increasing them. That means removing business rates, cutting employer taxes, and acting harmful measures in the Employment Rights Bill that risk stifling their growth and productivity. If we want our communities to be backed, we must back the businesses that serve them. Businesses are owned by people, businesses employ people. We need to see taxes reduced, red tape removed, and make it easier for them to operate and succeed.
Well done. Thank you, Councillor McKinley. I've got another question from Councillor Barber. Is he online?
I'm still here, Chairman. Hello.
Hello,
Thank
yes.
you.
Is your question to the Cabinet Member for Arts, Heritage and Culture?
Yes, correct. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McKinley, for the answer. I've seen on social media that the Library and Culture reopened last week. Can I ask the Cabinet Member whether the library has reduced its book stock, given that additional space has been used for the new children's area? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barber, for that question. The short answer to that is no, the book stock hasn't been reduced. In fact, at Colchester Library, it's been increased by 3,000 books. And the poor staff ahead of last week's opening had to move 4.5 tons of books back from storage back into the library. That library is a major success for us, and it marks the culmination of nearly a year's work at Colchester Library. The first 4 days of last week saw 10,000 people through the front door, which is absolutely remarkable. I'm really very pleased that I'm able to stand here and promote this fantastic facility, which clearly indicates that this authority is continuing to invest in its library stock of currently 74 libraries, the second largest in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Durham. Councillor Corey, you have a question for the Cabinet Member for Highways, Infrastructure and Sustainable Transport.
I will take it offline, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Wagland, again, a question for Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. The 61 bus service in my division was re-procured to Nibs last year. And prior to that, for a period of about 8 years, Nibs's predecessors generated no complaints whatsoever to me as the local county councillor. The present operator has caused nothing but complaints and generated misery to the point where faith leaders have been approaching me to discuss the problems that are being created by its unreliability and a plethora of different sorts of faults and failures, which are making it very difficult to make effective complaints. I've raised this once before in full council, and I'd be very grateful if the portfolio holder could give me an indication of the next steps that might be available to us in order to make this service of the quality that the residents experienced before and I think are entitled to receive again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to Councillor Wagon for her question. And I totally appreciate and sympathise that the current arrangements with this bus service are not meeting the needs of residents and disappointing them. To that end, I have asked officers to arrange a meeting with the bus provider here at County Hall with officers from our integrated public transport unit in order to move things forward positively for the benefit of this service and her residents. And we look forward to doing that as quickly as possible in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. I've got a question now from Councillor Bowers-Flint for Councillor McKinley.
Thank you, Chairman. 6 months ago, Keir Starmer, the current Prime Minister, promised a national inquiry into the grooming gang scandal. Since then, nothing has happened. Does the Deputy Leader, with her cabinet responsibility to tackle violence against women and girls, therefore support the inquiry announced this week by Kemi Badenoch that puts the voice of the survivor first?
Thank you for that question. And it's something that I would wholeheartedly endorse. We had the announcement 6 months ago, and as we are aware, nothing has happened since. And the call for a full inquiry, which is time limited, absolutely must be heard. It also needs to explore every aspect of what has gone on there, including the ethnicity and religion of those involved and the organisations and groups to which people belonged to. We need to learn from this. What has happened is a blight on our whole nation. It is something which we should all want to make sure we can never, ever see happen again. But for that to happen, we need to have a Prime Minister with a backbone. We need him to stand up now and say that this is going to take place, that it will be a full inquiry, that no stone is left unturned, and that at the forefront of it will be justice for those victims.
Thank you, Councillor McKinley. I've got 2 more questions and then we're closing the book. So the next question is from Councillor Barker to the Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd address this to you if I could rather than the Leader, but such is protocol. Chairman, we've had 10 oral questions here today. A year or 2 ago, we did manage to get into the habit of writing written questions to which written responses were published. I think it's much better. Some of these issues we've heard about today, they're long-standing, they're not urgent. The oral question section I understood was always about urgent things that had happened since the agenda was published. We seem to have moved away from that, and this time now seems to be a free-for-all for anyone to pitch for their area. We could all bring up stuff about our area from highways or social services, but I think that's much better done with written questions. So I'm asking the Leader, could you have a look at this again with Democratic Services? Remind members they can submit written questions to which they could get a full written answer and not be ambushed on the day. You know, I want everybody to get a full and frank answer to their question. So if I could have that assurance from the Leader.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and certainly we'll take it to the Constitutional Working Group. Perhaps we'll make a note of that now. I'll do it via you, Mr. Chairman, to the monitoring officer. And of course, I think perhaps we've got out of the habit of using the written question service, which we put into place a little while ago, where of course you get speedy replies. You don't have to wait between council meetings to get a reply. Unless anything urgent comes up, we've had an example of that with the road safety issue, which has sadly happened a few days ago. But everything else could be done and get a quicker answer for people. So yes, let's look at that again and make sure only urgent questions are coming forward. Having said that, people have the right to ask cabinet members and chairs what they want to ask. That is important. We bear that in mind.
Thank you, councillor Bentley. And now the very last one, councillor Sheldon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a question to councillor Durham, and it's regarding trading standards. Mr. Chairman, I can't be the only member in this chamber that is sick of walking along, or indeed driving along the roads in my division and seeing children vaping. It is a public health emergency in this country that we see so many young people too young to buy these vape products with them in hands, puffing at them relentlessly. I've been asked recently, Mr. Chairman, by a number of parents about the protocol for reporting shops that they believe to be selling vapes to their children or indeed to young people in their area. And I think it's worth a public hearing. I think it's worth saying, Mr. Chairman. So can I ask the Cabinet member, number one, if he will outline the steps that are being taken currently by Essex Trading Standards to tackle this scourge on our streets and indeed in our scourge of public health, but also as well, if he can outline once and for all to parents who want to shop the shops that are selling vapes to our children, how they can go about it and contact trading standards and get it dealt with as efficiently as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Councillor Sheldon, for that. Councillor Sheldon, yeah, our trading standards department are very successful, despite being the lowest funded in the east of England. But we are statistically the most successful in prosecutions, in fines collected, a number of scams that have been solved, and counterfeit products that have been removed from the marketplace. Illegal vapes quite clearly are a major concern, not only for parents, but also for young people themselves. And it's something that we are concentrating on. We have the issue of vapes being sold to underage users, but also the use or the selling of illegal vapes. Those are ones that are either stronger than they are allowed to be, or have a larger capacity. And Essex County Council has, in fact, trading standards have denied entry to over 360,000 illegal vapes in this last year, with a street value of £3.6 million. So we are intercepting most of those at the port. Most of them tend to come in through Harwich, regrettably. In terms of the shops, we see so many of these shops on our high streets, and I'm sorry to say that in our visits by trading standards officers, 9 in 10 shops visited were doing something illegal. 9 in 10 shops were doing something illegal. That is a frightening statistic. We are using secret shoppers to go in and attempt to buy, and we are succeeding in bringing about prosecutions for those shopkeepers. Anybody that has information about shops that aren't selling illegal vapes or selling to underage can report it directly to our trading standards officers, and they will do their best to take action. But clearly they are a hard-stretched team, but we are really having some successes in that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Durham. Well, that brings us to the end of the questions section.
Mr. Chairman, I do apologise. I think I caused some confusion earlier when you asked me if I had 2 questions. I had 2 questions to Councillor Cunningham, one of which he answered yesterday and one he's answered today. But I also had one other question, which is what you may have been referring to Councillor Schweer.
Well,
it's a very quick one.
Well,
in the spirit of goodwill.
As I said, I was closing the book on this, but I will allow you on this occasion, as it's Christmas. But think seriously in the new year.
Well, I think we've listened to quite a few planted questions for Cabinet members to give a prepared answer. So, yes, it's Councillor Schweer. It's regarding landfill. Figures published recently for 23-24 showed that 670,965 tonnes of household waste, 48.28% of which was sent to landfill in Essex. And that is the worst figure in the entire country. I'm waiting to hear how much landfill tax we have paid in the last 5 years, but that seems to be taking an awfully long time for member inquiries to get the answer. So I wonder if he could chase that up for one thing, and then answer what progress is being made to reduce this huge amount of landfill towards reducing that and increasing recycling. I appreciate, we're collecting and districts do the recycling, but
nevertheless, we have that opportunity to encourage them to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCoy, for that question. With regards to sort of the landfill figures, I think you're absolutely right, of course. But what has shifted considerably since that time is from 1st of October this year, we actually no longer use landfill at all because we use complete energy from waste. And with regards to recycling, yes, the whole point of the waste partnership and the model that we have is to reuse and recycle an awful lot more. So that waste hierarchy, we are pushing everything up. We are taking as much usefulness out of our waste stream as possible. And that is one of the things that we are trying to do to increase recycling rates. But to your question, yeah, we will get you those figures if members' inquiries don't get you that. I'm sure that will be noted and I'll be happy to provide those.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Schwer. Well, can I thank everybody for the meeting today? Hopefully it's gone reasonably well. Can I ask you to take a moment to clear your rubbish and debris away when you leave and make sure you don't leave anything behind? And I wish you all a safe